Peace, what's going on? Chilling up in my spirit room. Let me give you guys a quick look around. We spin this thing so y'all can see some of the altars we got going on. Who we are. Let me get this corner. Try to get this right. Little wizard corner right here. Baron Samedi. Our Father's altar, personal altar. Some of that picture pack up there, see Freeman L's area. The deities we dealing with. Go to this side. Little Oshun and Yin and Ya going on. Some Hermetic photos. Just trying to get this right on the webcam. Get a little idea of how this do. That's Jesus Father's altar right here. This is Khadijah's altar in the back. Let's see, we got my altars in the back. And we got shit on the floor here. Everything. With Baphomets. My father's altar. So that's our spirit, man. You know what I'm saying? With ghouls and goblins. Right behind me. More pictures and whatnot going on. Alright, so now that you've been acquainted, first lecture I'm doing it in this room. So we'll see how it goes. And today we're going to talk about some of these mysteries of fire and light. Basically the concept of light mysteries, because I'm feeling a lot of people have been missing out on some of the point of what their conscious plight is. Nowadays this conscious plight has turned into nothing more than a form of pride, and the true understanding of the work is escaping a lot of people. Like I said, I'm not just guessing. This is based upon questions that I'm still getting, which are quite rudimentary in their nature for people with such advanced names. And when I do see them on Facebook, they have all these advanced ideas. So my goal has always been to bring the true work to people. So again, that's why we're going to get into some of these concepts in light. And this is from some of the things that I was my notes basically from studying early on that I'm going through. They helped me, so I'm sure they'll be able to help you. So we need to get before we get deep into the light, we need to deal with some of these statements. So the possession of occult keys to human salvation through the knowledge of self is the goal for which all the wise of all the ages have labored. So we need to understand this entire Egyptian system that you're proud of, this Hindu system that some of you are proud of, Buddha, even your damn feeding system, how you eat and what you've created, all this goddamn I'm better than you because I don't eat that mentality actually is a degraded idea of one original idea. And that original idea was all these occult keys or all these systems were actually designed for human salvation, not to enhance your humanity. And what I find is a lot of people are doing things that enhance their humanity. But this was actually to save you from being a human, all of these occult keys. Through knowledge of self, the goal for which all the wise of all the ages have labored. So this was the plight of black people before we were interrupted. with what you call as Holocaust today. The plight of black people was actually going beyond humanity. So all the monuments, all the building of the mounds, all the building of advanced cities were only mimicking something that was divine, and they are now considered wonders of the world because the object was to create monuments that were beyond this world, to show you your reality exists beyond this world, as opposed to having just normalizing this world and just building civilizations of, how could you say, really low compared to ours, because again, they still can't figure out how to build something like a pyramid, and that's the only thing they're saying. But all you have to do is turn on Netflix, watch a few documentaries, and you'll see not only are there just 7 wonders of the world, technically they wonder about damn near every goddamn thing we did in the ancient world. How many cities were built, how buildings stood up without mortar or any of these things. So the pyramid is just the in-your-face wonder. But they still can't figure out how they got those capstones on the top of Angkor Wat. So we can go all day with what they don't know. But we need to understand why we did this in the first place. And why we did it in the first place, because we were trying to leave monuments to remind ourselves that the goal was our nature is beyond the human experience, or just the human experience. Let me to put it in a better way. We go beyond just the human experience, and man's goal was to walk himself back up that path. That path in the human body is the spine, and we'll get into that. All right. While the modern world is mastering the visible world and raising colossal civilization, it is ignorant in the fullest sense of the word concerning the identity of that mysterious lodestone, when they're talking about the pineal gland, the power in the midst of every living thing, which no investigation could be conducted or no cities can be built. Man is never truly wise until he has fathomed the rhythm of his own existence. All right. Man is not truly wise until he fathomed the use the word they use, the riddle of his own existence. So you've heard Bobby say this before, and this cannot be truer. Your genius is defined not by what you know, but how much you want to know. You have to understand how important that statement is. Your genius is defined by not how much you know, but how much you want to know. So when I meet people and they start spewing off all the little bit of shit they know, because they think somehow me and them are in some intelligent conversation, it really shows me their ignorance, because even early on in consciousness, one of the things you learn is to always have the lust or the hunger to know. And you kind of understood the concept, but didn't know why elders or people who were learned at that time, or knew more than you, or been in it more than you, would harp on this. But then once you find out that the riddle or your need to know is the true form of your genius or your intelligence, then you understand why that is the order of the day, to sit in the seat of the student and not just the teacher, which I'm more than happy to always do. So it's telling you about there's nothing more ignorant than so-called raising civilizations. Now, I know we have, as black people, this reputation for being the first civilizations builders, the first civilized. Yeah, because that's a level in consciousness for humanity. But we need to understand, at the height of these civilizations, we were building monuments that went beyond just human satisfaction, as I pointed out. And building these monuments that go past human satisfaction was the idea that shows that in our hidden agenda of civilization building, something you must do to survive as a human being on Earth, we still were implementing or inserting mystical or spiritual concepts in it so we could remember what our true self is, or our true goal is, or our true aspirations are. Now, civilizations are built just to make money, or just to, for mundane reasons. All right, so when the human race learns to read the language of symbolism, a great veil will fall from the eyes of men. Now, one of the biggest things I teach in my class, and you guys should join up if you haven't, you can go to my website, occultlectures.com. It's the same as this YouTube channel. This is YouTube Occult Lectures. So you just go to occultlectures.com and you can find out how to join my classes and all the information that you will get in these classes. Or you can email me at panicpack@hotmail.com. So, and why I bring that up is because one of the core teachings in my class is the importance, the reason, and the understanding of symbolism. Because everything you deal with in this occult science will be talking to you in symbols. And people, because we have now become of literal mind, we try to take the symbols literally. And if we don't know, we got to understand in how the importance of symbols and how the ancient man looked at symbols, being the symbol told 1,000 words. So, in fact, when we figured out that we would go into this slumber that we're in now, what we said we going to leave, the most important thing we decided to leave for ourselves in the ancient world was symbols. So we understood that the symbols are going to speak to the part of you that knows. The literal or plain version of talking or speaking or communicating is going to speak to the part of you that's the argumentative side, which is actually the conscious mind. It's the great debater. It's actually your twin brother to the subconscious mind, which is what you call the doubting Thomas. It is going to doubt every single part of new information that comes your way. That's its job, because every single new information that comes your way, that which can influence you, and if you're influenced by so many things too fast, you'll actually go crazy. Your mind needs to see the world a certain way, and the change that comes needs to come slow and over time, so you really just don't go mad. You know what I'm saying? You've seen donkeys flying outside, you would go crazy until someone tells you, well, you know, they're cloning over here, and and they made a sheep. And now that they made a sheep, they're putting flying donkeys, because when they do put flying donkeys, they clear the air of chemtrails. So when they give you this whole long story and the way that is done, then it makes sense. Or another way of looking at it, if someone passed you a cell phone in 1970, you would damn near lose your mind thinking aliens have landed, Star Trek, the government. But now a cell phone is just normal shit. In fact, somebody without a cell phone is actually fucking weird to you now, because your mind has taken time to process this. So understanding this concept, the conscious information or plain everyday, well, let me tell you how to do this, they knew that would always be debated. One person says the fire hydrant's red, the other one says it's blue. They know that was going to be debated, so they had to speak in a way that bypassed argument, which is symbols. Now, they're still out of symbols. Of course, you can come with your own perspective. We understand that. But at least we're talking on at a level where even if you're coming with your own perspective, is a perspective that should be based upon something a little bit more divine in terms of what you're dealing with in occultism. Alright, so they shall know the truth, and more than that, they should realize that from the beginning, truth has been in the world unrecognized. So there's nothing really hidden. Based upon what I just told you about the way the mind, the conscious and the subconscious mind works, the conscious mind is blocking you from that truth because that truth was never given to you from the beginning for you to accept. So you can walk in Barnes and Nobles and find rows and rows of books on Gnosticism. But if you're a Christian, it is hidden from you because you, in your mind, your reality has been Christianized by the people before you and maintained by the people around you. And since you co-sign with it, everything you find and look for is going to support your Christianity. So the truth is there. Shit, you don't have to go to no mountain. You don't have to find the Mahdi. You can just go to Barnes and Noble, the same place you bought your Bible, and go right to the occult section and find a greater truth. But it's hidden to that world. So we need to understand that, because there was somebody talking to me the other day. I had to go to a human cookout. And they were talking to me like, we don't know yet, and there's so much out there that we have to learn. And I'm really saying to myself, there's actually so much out there that you have to learn. This is not the reality from all black people. This is your reality. And that's because she's in a world where she can't recognize certain truths. Now, this person was actually very advanced compared to everybody the fuck else in the room. And but at the same time, there's still portions of her that she's trying to break through and get through. Now, the real telling of her breaking through is the mere fact that we was in the room together. That means she was vibrating with light, that she's attracting that light that she needs. So when we left, she said she was going to look me up on YouTube, which means she's about to actually see that her whole life in the 70s was wasted until now. Which is another way of saying she's about to realize that truth that she's looking for. So those who seek find that truth. And other than that, it remains hidden. So your job is constantly as a truth seeker. So therefore, as I pointed out earlier, you cannot put yourself in this place of the teacher. You never heard me ever say, I'm a master teacher, or even it's clear I'm dealing with advanced stuff. Certain shit is obvious. But to myself, this is not what I tell myself in the mirror. People are going to say it because people are at different levels, and I'm going to represent a lot to different people. Some people say I'm full of shit. That's not my issue or concern. So the same way I can block out someone who says I'm full of shit, I really have to block out the person that says I'm the greatest thing going too, because it's coming from the same unreality for me. You get what I'm saying? So it may be that person's reality saying, oh, Panic, you're the greatest, and really, if I start accepting that, then I would have to accept the person that's saying, oh, Panic, you're the worst and you're an asshole, because it's coming from the same place, which is just their conscious opinion, which really doesn't mean nothing. I do appreciate the love, because Panic don't want to hear that. Well, no, I appreciate the love because it lets me gauge the impact on certain people, because they're only trying to express that they did learn something from me, so therefore, blah, blah, blah. And someone's only trying to express they didn't learn nothing from me, I'm an asshole, or actually what they really did learn was I'm not going to say shit to make them feel good. And really, I get more of that than anything else. All right. Now let's move on. Many early peoples believed that the sun was a reflector rather than a source of light. Now I'm going to get into some of this light. The sun as a reflector rather than a source of light, as evidenced by the fact that they often picture the sun god carrying on his arm a highly polished shield which chased the solar light's face. Or when they say chase the solar light face, they mean catches the solar light. Now, as I said, they speak in symbols, and when you start to understand these symbols, you know what they're talking about. First thing they're talking about they're pointing out that the sun was a reflector of light rather than a source of light. So you've heard black people in the conscious community say, well, that sun out there is an illusionary sun. Well, because what that really means on a more spiritual level is that the source of light is actually what they're worshiping, the source and the symbol of light, which is the symbol of the light of God. So they didn't think that the sun was God. Because you hear white people trying to belittle black people or ancient black people. Oh, they was just worshiping the sun. It was the sun worship. Had nothing to do with no motherfucking sun worship. It was what the sun represented, which was the light within you or your soul. That's why all the Egyptians became solar gods or put on the gold, because it represented the sun. It represented God. God represented that sun. So that sun represented something in you. So the sun out there was a symbol of it, not the God we were bowing down to. It was the light. Now, here's where the symbology comes in, and here's where the deep shit comes on. It says they often picture the sun god carrying on his arm a lightly polished shield, which chased the solar face. When they talk about this polished shield, what they're talking about is melanin. Remember, when you go out in the sun, what shields you in the sun? Your melanin. And what's really happening is once the sunlight comes out, the melanin comes out in the form of your tan. And you're actually reflecting the sun rays. So the sun gods, your melanin or your golden color, which happens in the sun, is what happens to you as the god. So the true gold is your tan, that golden hue you get when we stay in the sun. That's why we're the sun people, because the God force comes out through the light hitting the face of your shield. Because remember, if you didn't have melanin, you would be fucked up just like these white people are. They have no shield. They have no armor of Jesus. No body of God. You God in the body. That's why that gold comes out when that sun hits that black ass. That's why your ass like going to cookouts. Alright? Because the God force comes out in you and it shines. Alright. Let's talk about some shit in the Greek mysteries. Now, I've talked about this before in a lecture I did about the ego. And I talked about mythology at its core is basically a collection of stories about the human body cosmology and how the cosmology and the human body play into itself, how forces within the body interplay in under these deity names. You can go on and on, characters of man, but it's basically a story about your black ass in the form of symbology. So you'll notice in all the world mythologies, the stories are the same, but the characters are different. Which would make sense because if I lived by the water, sand deities wouldn't serve me. I wouldn't be able to relate. So the priests or people with knowledge would change the characters but keep the story the same because the symbols never change. If you remember Batman, the first one, the one, of the later ones, Batman Begins, the one with the new guys, he said, I need to become something. He said, I need to become a symbol because the symbol is unchangeable and you can't corrupt the symbol. And that's a very true statement, a true occult statement. So in mythology, they understand that if you keep the symbols the same, they're uncorruptible, even though the faces and names have changed into anybody and everybody. In this case, we're going to use some Greek mythology, so you should be scared of that because all mythology is yours. All mythology is yours, and as Bobby Hemmett pointed out, mythology is yours, Greek mythology is yours, but Greek philosophy is theirs. So all of that later day shit is their bullshit. And really Greek philosophy is only still trying to figure out our mystery system. Alright? So I'm going to tell you a Greek story that actually has a twofold meaning, because the first is basically our story, and it's our story with the human race. But because it's a Greek story, they had to change the names and change certain locations so it applies to them. So I'm going to tell you how this applies to us, and then I'm going to tell you how it applies to them in its new days. According to the Greek mysteries, the gods gazing down from Mount Olympus repented that they had made man. So these gods made man, all right? And never having given into the primitive creature they never have given this primitive creature an immortal spirit. So basically, man never, at this point in this mythology, man never had an immortal spirit. And this immortal spirit is the soul, okay? That's what they're talking about. This means everlasting life that we actually have. Black people have everlasting life. They decided that no harm would be done. They decided that no harm would be done if the quarreling, dissenting human ingrates were destroyed forever, and in their place, they had been left. In their place had been left for a vacant, nobler race. So basically, they have these gods saying, these dumbass humans, all they're doing is bickering, quarreling. They're talking about the ego. They're talking about that conscious mind that I talked about, that everyday thing you call your personality, and why personalities clash, why you don't like the lady at Walmart, and this one had a nasty attitude at the bank. The shit you do now, you get what I'm saying? So the shit, when you thinking you advance and you're a god, but all that shit you doing now and complaining about chemtrails and all of that, to what we call our higher self, that's irrelevant. If you're not seeking light, you ain't doing anything. Just sitting around talking about Jesus ain't real, that's not going to get it. You get what I'm saying? That's not going to get it. So they're basically saying, if they was destroyed forever, it would be left for a nobler race. And what they're talking about when they say nobler race, they're talking about conscious people, the people who are seeking light, who are not into that, become this nobler race. So anybody doing the alchemy with their melanin and kundalini can become a noble race, basically. They're not talking about if you're African or Sudanese or Siamese or Japanese. That's some made up regional human bullshit. They're talking about you joining this Elohim, these netters becoming of noble race. Understand this. And discovering the plans of the gods, Prometheus, in whose heart was great love for the struggling of humanity, determined to bring mankind divine fire. What was he trying to do? He was trying to bring mankind a soul. You can also look at it as Kundalini enlightenment, but all of these things are connected. All right, so this divine fire, which would make the human race immortal. So your soul or your Kundalini life force makes you immortal, or your Uraeus energy. So this divine fire would make man immortal, so that not even gods could destroy it. Not even the gods could destroy it. So the God level is actually a lower level compared to what you are. We can take this from the Kabbalistic tree of life. You have the first three spheres, and then you have the Darth, the hidden Sephira, which is considered the abyss. Then you have all that's below the abyss. The first Sephira under the abyss is Jupiter or Zeus, the king of the gods. Above the abyss is Saturn, which is Kronos, which is a Titan. So the Titans are actually older than the gods. The Titans are the mothers and fathers of the gods. God is basically the title of the creator, because on the Sephira, the world of creation starts under the Darth, and it represents 6. And these are the 6. Zeus, the first Sephira, made Kronos, throw up the rest of his brothers and sisters, because Kronos used to swallow his kids or swallow the Cyphers. And then they hid Zeus, the first Cypher, and they made him, eventually Zeus grew up, went below the abyss, and made his father throw up the rest of his kids. They became the rest of the Cyphers, which are the planetary bodies. Aphrodite, Poseidon, and all the rest of these guys. And then what they did after these 6 Cyphers, what they did was made the Titans go into the underworld, which is Malkuth, or Earth, their parents. So we are the ones, we're the Titans here. And technically the gods are our children. So when we say, well, I'm a god, I'm a goddess, that's actually a level in your consciousness walking up that ladder. But technically you're a Titan, if you want to get technically. You're actually older, or they call the great old ones in the Necronomicon. But technically you're at a high level than the gods. The gods represent creation. So now, remember I told you the world of creation starts with Zeus. That's why gods are creators. So when you realize on earth that you are the creator, that's what the laws of attraction is, which come from the laws of Tahuti, which are much more deeper and complex, the true laws, which I teach in my class as well. But out of, which is actually principles, and out of these principles comes many laws. You get what I'm saying? Cause and effect, like the Murphy's Law comes out of cause and effect, and actually the laws of attraction comes out of the principle of cause and effect, which is you reap what you sow, which is another law, but it still comes out of cause and effect. What you reap is what you sow. What you plant is what you grow. So now, out of these laws, what am I talking about? Well, let me get back to this. I can't remember what the fuck I was talking about. I do that quite often. So Prometheus flew to the home of the sun god and lightened a tiny reed with solar fire. That represents the Kundalini fire at the end of a spine. So lighting this reed is just basically an illuminated spine that he's about to give to man. So, okay, I remember what I was talking about now. So about the Titans and them coming into formation. So you're actually older. You're a Titan. So us challenging or becoming one with the gods, or this beef with humanity, that you'll hear in Greek mythology. There's always this beef with humanity and Zeus throwing lightning on your ass, fucking you up. You just seen those 2 Titan movies, The Rise of the Titans, where the gods were still fucking with humanity, and they told you straight out, if you pray to the gods, they're gonna fuck you up. You need to stop praying to them motherfuckers. That's another thing we need to talk about. All these black conscious motherfuckers talking about they pray to Oshun. You niggas lost your fucking mind. I know there's a sliding scale on how people define how they pray, but why even fucking use the word? They showed you in them 2 Titan movies what the fuck praying does. They said them gods get no power. Them gods get no power until you start fucking praying. Zeus and them niggas said we dying because these motherfuckers are not praying to us. And you need to understand these energies is what's through your Titan ass in Malkuth on earth. These so-called gods. You get what I'm saying? But now the real science is they're aspects of your own mind. So those gods are the definition of how you got into humanity, how you put yourself in humanity. And the same path of how you got down here is the same path you walk on the back of the way up. So first you must become a god again. You must see yourself as equal to the gods instead of praying to these motherfucking gods. That's what who is the Zeus's son, Perseus. That's what Perseus was doing in those 2 new Titan movies. He was doing shit on earth and becoming a god on earth. To the point where them guards said, okay, you can leave these niggas. Remember Zeus said, why don't you just come up here with us? You can leave these bitch ass humans on Earth, live with us, and basically kick humanity's ass like us. He said, no, fuck that. I want to be down here with the humans. Because that's real Titan shit. You understand what I'm saying? So you hear niggas, well, if we know so much, why don't you kill yourself? Because no, you down here raising up humans. This shit ain't about killing yourself. And there's a line in my notes that's going to speak to that, and I'll bring it up again. This bullshit corny. This ain't about quitting shit. It's about dealing with shit. You know what I'm saying? And real niggas, real Titans like me and my brothers in the same struggle as me are here dealing with this shit most thoroughly. You need to believe that. Because there's a lot of motherfuckers asking why do you even waste your time? Nobody's getting it. I'm like, oh, niggas is getting it, even if they don't know they're getting it. Their conscious mind ain't getting it. But believe you me, what matters in them is getting it. And this work is going deeper than, much deeper than we can even discuss as its true piety, if you will. All right. So after Prometheus lit this tiny reed from the sun god, and he carried it to the children of earth, warning them that this fire should always be used for the glorification of the gods and the unselfish service of each other. But men were thoughtless and unkind. They took divine fire brought to them from Prometheus, used to destroy one another. They burned the homes, making swords and armor. So what they're talking about is, and this is a symbol too, using your enlightenment to actually control man. Because technically, myself and others can take this information and get our pimp on hard. Get our pimp on thoroughly. The shit I just know with mind control, which is something else I always teach, something else I teach in my class. Just the things I know about mind control alone will put me in an excellent pimp position. Things I know about chakras can put me in a pimp position. Things I can do to your chakras without even leaving my motherfucking house. Things I can do to your aura put you in a pimp position. Or a position where you are taking this fire or this light, this kundalini enlightenment, this soul enlightenment, if you want to call it, symbolic in this mythology as given to man, or this, and you can say it's given to man by the gods, because that's what you're really, you're really striving for, or what you're doing, and you're getting this higher information in which is actually really within yourself. There's nothing outside of yourself. This is all an internal struggle. But if I take that and turn against man, use it for my financial gain, let's say, or manipulation of women and things like that, or even arguing and trying to shut down the next man's light based upon whatever level he's on, that is equal to making swords and armor against your fellow man. Because remember, alchemy is represented as turning base metals into gold. So instead of turning that base metal into gold or riches, turning that steel into sword and armor. It's taking this. So that's what that's talking about. They grew more selfish and more arrogant, defying the gods, but they could not be destroyed because now they have a soul. So what they're saying is they couldn't be destroyed because now they have a soul. So it's not just like you can't just shut them down like you can do like T.D. Jakes or that dude that was sleeping with them boys and had that church in Atlanta, whatever his fucking name was. They can't be destroyed on that level where you can call them on their humanity. You follow what I'm saying? Bobby Hemmett was the first example of this. When he did his lectures, he did a lot of lectures, and the things that most lecturers, and he got heat for it, were calling dignity. He was throwing all of that shit away. He's like, oh shit, nigga, you can't follow me. My toilet doesn't flush correctly. which no other lecturer at the time would put that information out because they were so hard, and even to this day, still trying to show a form of dignity. Like, we are dignified black people, so I must be dignified to show them what I'm talking about has so much dignity. No, I could say what I'm saying coming out my ass, and I could speak it from coming out my ass, and black people will recognize it because the truth is the truth, no matter where it's coming from. No matter where it's coming from, you're gonna hear the truth. If the KKK niggas got pyramids on their head, and that's the fucking truth. No matter where it's coming from, that's the motherfucking truth. You get what I'm saying? Motherfucking truth is the eye of Horus on your dollar bill. Is your motherfucking illuminated. You the fucking Illuminati. That's the truth. No matter who's walking around here acting like they putting all these chemtrails out and it's working. It ain't working. You know what I'm saying? We wouldn't be talking like this today if it was working. So, and you know, you can see how big my motherfucking head is, so you know them chemtrails is laying on my shit, you know what I'm saying? Laying on my shit like waves in the 80s. So it's not working. You get what I'm saying? It's not working. It's not working because the truth is the truth and the light is the light, and you cannot bullshit with light. So you even now when you fast forward to my little lecture Facebook lecture blog talk scenes, what you hear is people, Panic, you curse a lot, you don't do this and you don't do that, and you see, and people in other lecturers want to know what's going on and what do you do. They're like, yeah, motherfucker, because you too busy trying to be dignified. You get what I'm saying? Which don't matter. Motherfuckers want to, and they can't figure out why so many young people are even interested in what I have to say, because young people recognize they don't like this bullshit. They don't like to be bullshitted. They don't like to be pulling their chains telling you so wonderful because you have fucking melanin. That's not enough. How the fuck do I use it? The reality is a lot of y'all don't know. Y'all just because you're speaking from a place of self-esteem. Well, you have melanin is wonderful. There's melanin in your ear, melanin in your tongue, and your penis tip has melanin in it. Like, okay, but how do I activate my penis tip melanin where I can see some reality change? And and as anybody who knows me, I've always given you something to do. There's a purpose for that because this shit is all about doing. Real consciousness is all about doing. It's about alchemy. Means you are definitely working with light to change your DNA. Your light, melanin, light, kundalini, is the source or the tool that you're using to actually change the DNA from lead to gold. Let me get in more of this shit. So the humans couldn't be destroyed because they possess the sacred fire or a soul. So now they're telling you that you have everlasting life within you. It's about the realization of it. Now for his disobedience. Prometheus, like Lucifer, so they tell you Prometheus is Lucifer, because remember, Lucifer was what? The light bringer. And Prometheus did what? Brought you light. So, as I pointed out earlier, these stories are the same motherfucking thing. Over and over, just with different characters for different people. But he was chained. But the Greek heroes, this Greek hero was placed on the brow of Mount Caucasus. Here's where the white part comes in. What they're telling you is Prometheus now has to go or undergo since you want to be a human, you have to now be a human. So chaining him is the same way the Egyptians had the symbolism of mummification as bounding you to the human body. So chaining you means his soul is now no longer free. It is chained to a rock or humanity or the body, the human body. So basically, that's like Lucifer fell, Prometheus fell into a human body. Because basically the mysteries of Lucifer is actually your pineal gland falling into a human body. That's Lucifer falling from grace. So Prometheus being chained to a rock, and this rock at the brow of the Caucasus Mountain is where they're trying to tell white people, When we were in the Caucasus Mountains, that was our most animalistic, our most human. They never really got out of that. You get what I'm saying? But then they were having shit fights and eating each other. And now they're having poop fights and tasting each other. They just got that. They're just up to recycling at this point. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to figure out how going green is going. He was there to remain. He was chained to this Caucasus Mountain to remain with a vulture gnawing at his liver. The vulture is a symbol of reincarnation, or in this case, they're yet again telling you he's becoming a human, because now he's going into the cycles of reincarnation, which is not the hot shit. So in these cycles of reincarnation, the liver represents regeneration. Wayne Chandler talks about it. Well, I mean, there's lecturers a lot of lecturers talk about it. Wayne goes into a lot that how the liver regenerates. I can't remember. He might have said every 3 to 6 months you actually have a whole new liver. And I think he may go into other organs, but somehow the liver is central to regeneration. So when they're saying the vulture is gnawing at his liver, they're telling you now he's chained to a mountain, he's human, and he's in the cycles of regeneration. All right. Gnawing at his liver until a human being should master the sacred fires and become perfect. So they're telling you the ways out of this reincarnation, this reincarceration, these cycles of being birth and death, which is everything the Egyptians were showing you that they were trying to do, get out the cycles of birth and death. So this is not a new concept. This is the concept. So it says, he was chained to the brow of Caucasus Mountains with a vulture gnawing at his liver until the human being should master sacred fire and become perfect, to master Kundalini, to master the concept of your own soul and become the perfected man, the diamond man, the golden man. So they basically saying, until you become conscious and do this work, you are doomed to the cycles of reincarnation. So this prophecy was fulfilled by Hercules, who climbed the Caucasus Mountains, broke the fetters of Prometheus, and liberated the friend of man, who has been tortured for so many years. So Hercules is, of course, Heru, Kales, and that's Achilles and Heru coming together. So Heru is nothing but the template of Christ's energy, the Savior, the Redeemer, as he redeems his Father. So that Christ energy, that young sun god, or consciousness basically, came and rescued you from humanity. All right? Or the sleeping down god. Osiris gets rescued by his son, Horus, the Redeemer. You get what I'm saying? Come on now. You see, this shit is just one big same-ass thing. Once you understand symbology, you'll be able to do that, or go through this, or understand these things on a greater level where they can serve you better. What I suggest is you take my class where I teach it. Y'all niggas better get on this. According to occult philosophy, the sun in reality is a threefold orb. Two parts of its nature being invisible. So what they're telling you, yet again, as I pointed out earlier, that physical sun has a, a consciousness. But there's also two parts invisible to that sun. You can say that it's the active part, Kundalini. That's a part of that sun, and then there's the invisible being, the source of light, where that sun comes from, as another part of that invisible part. The active part is what you see every day, and how it was interacted on the walls of Egypt, let's just say as Ra, or as any of these sun worshipping ancients were dealing with. And again, as I pointed out, that they wasn't just worshiping the physical sun, they were worshiping the concepts of light that the sun brings, the concept of God that sun brings. So the concept and the symbolism that was in them, that they were raising up as that physical sun, as a representative of it. So, and Brahma also was a representation of it, because you'll see Brahma sometimes with three faces. So he represented those three faces of the sun. The one that's in your face and the two hidden, the Kundalini and the Spirit of God as the source. Alright, your niggas is going to get it today. The three phases of the sun were called will, wisdom, and action. Will is related to the principle of life, wisdom to the principle of light, and action, or friction, the principle of heat. So the wisdom represents the principle of light, that's the hidden, the God. Action, friction represents Kundalini, the active force, or the friction that you raise up. And will is related to the principle of life. That's the sun you see every day, the principle of life. Everything needs the sun to survive. Trees, plants reach up towards the sun. The sun hits the water, creates plankton and fish life, and so on and so forth. So everything pretty much needs the sun, or the sun in some sort of context, for it to survive. So that's the will of the sun, the will of Ra. And like I said, the light is the hidden part, and the action is the Kundalini. Thus heaven and nature were formed, but between these two was a great void, and God did not comprehend nature, and nature did not comprehend the deity. So what they're saying is heaven and nature were formed based upon this light, and they did not comprehend each other. What they're talking about is a symbol for your lower nature and your higher nature not being comprehended. In the Egyptian pantheon, it was Nut, the sky god, and Geb, the earth god, your nuts, your lower self, basically. And they were separated by Shu, remember that. And that represents the heart, because the three lower chakras are separated by the heart, which is the element of air, and as opposed to the three upper chakras, which is Nut, the sky god. So, thus heaven and nature were formed. Heaven represents the top, nature represents your natural self, or your animal self, which is connected to your nature. And heaven represents the higher self. So heaven and nature were formed, but between them was a great void. That's the heart. That's the void. God did not comprehend nature, and nature did not comprehend the deity. These two things are separated until you bring them up with the Kundalini. Consciousness realizes the condition of the body. So a true conscious person should realize the condition of your body. It's a form of know yourself, but it's a form of understanding your situation. Because what I get with conscious people, that they really do not understand their situation. You get what I'm saying? So when you, and basically your situation is basically, this is probably the worst case reflection of yourself as humanity. So once you realize that, then it puts you in a position to strive for something greater than a perfected human. You get what I'm saying? A perfected human existence. You're going for the perfection within inside the humanity, and the humanity can become a vehicle to perfect the God force in you, the goddess force in you. But what you have most people doing is using this information to become a perfected human, to have better conversations, more intelligent conversations, and to feel better than the average guy that they shop with at Walmart, to feel better when they come home to talk about how stupid their coworkers are for saying Jesus, Jesus, Jesus all day, because they're saying Osiris, but meanwhile you work on the same motherfucking job. All right. So let's move on. And we haven't even gotten to most of the light part yet. This is just the setup for the ass whipping. All right. Let's see. Between life and action, there came a mediator, which was called light or intelligence. So the mediator between life and action and life. Life also represents this, the God portion of you, and the lower half represents action. That's the nature part of you, the three lower chakras. So they're telling you there's a mediator, which is called light or intelligence. That's the heart. Remember, the Egyptians said, the Kemetic people said that intelligence is in the heart. So that's where the light is, that's where the truth is. That's why you see Jesus in that picture always with this fire around his heart. Because that's the light, that's the great mediator. Alright? Intelligence stood between heaven and earth. Heaven, of course, earth, the lower self. So that intelligence stood between them. And through its medium, man learned the existence of his God, and his God began his ministration to the needs of men. So when you learn it, this God or your higher self starts to ministrate for the needs of men. Now, I've said this for as long as I've been talking. Most people do magic to get cars, jewelry, pussy, and money, of course. But what I told you, if you deal with the higher self and you go for higher concepts in your illumination, then this portion of you deals with the needs of men. So that your human needs start to work out. You could say, for lack of a better way, mysteriously the shit that you were concerned about starts to straighten itself out. Why? Because you put all your energy into your God force. So intelligence stood between heaven and earth, and through the medium, man learned of the existence of God up here, your pineal gland, and God began his ministration for the needs of man. So once you learn the God shit up here, all that shit that you worried about down here gets ministered by your own higher self. Now, your ass has been sitting around thinking, well, if I do this, but how can I do this if this and that is happening? How can I accomplish this or focus on this if I have to do the gas bill and the rent bill and all? Yeah, I have those same issues, those same problems. But I'm dealing with it from here as opposed to dealing with it from my animal self, always running around in a state of action. See, when you deal with it from your animal self, you're always working overtime, running over here, running to the bank, running over here, trying to borrow money, or on the phone, doing everything, working like a dog, trying to minister from your lower self, your animal nature. So when you minister from up high, then all of this, the God will start to take care of man. You need to know that. You need to know that in a big way to really get rid of some of your human angst. Intelligence is born. There dwells a spirit which assumes the nature of this intelligence. Okay. What that's saying is that spirit is actually an intelligence, or spirit is masquerading as intelligence. So the thing you call intelligence is actually your spirit. So when you think you're hearing intelligence from me, or if you think that you're getting intelligence, or Panic says intelligence lectures, no, what you're really hearing is spiritual lectures. But they're compacted and delivered in what you call intelligence. So intelligence is actually spirituality. So each intelligent act, each invention, each oh wow, how did he do that, is actually a display of spirituality, a spiritual channeling, a spiritual manifestation. We have just now called it the name intelligence. You get what I'm saying? So each time you get a aha moment is actually you contacting your spirit. So people need to stop asking me, how do you contact your spirit? If you consider yourself a dumbass, then you're the only true person that can ask me how to contact your spirit. But if you consider yourself someone who's at least intelligent, then you're talking to your spirit. You just need to know that's what it is that you're doing. You've been tricked into thinking that what your humanity has amounted to. But your true intelligence is what built pyramids. Your true intelligence is what made pharaohs, what built civilizations. You understand what I'm saying? The lack of intelligence is what you're dealing with right now. A bunch of motherfuckers that gives you virus shots to cure you. That's the lack of intelligence. A bunch of motherfuckers that build skyscrapers that do nothing but fall apart, and they have to rebuild it. You know what I'm saying? That's lack of intelligence. You know what I'm saying? All right. Light is not only a physical element; it's also a mental and spiritual element. And in the temple of the disciple, is told to revere the sun even more than to revere the invisible sun even more than the visible one. So every visible thing is only an effect of an invisible one. So basically, it's what we talked about earlier, that in the temple, while it looked on the walls into regular society that they were worshiping the sun, but in the temple, they were telling you about this so-called invisible sun, this hidden sun, this sun called Amun-Ra. Amun-Ra, the hidden sun. Well, what is the hidden sun? That's the pineal gland. That's the true sun. Worship it, if you want to get down to it. The symbolic sun is what you see every day. But the true sun you need to worship is right in the middle of your motherfucking head. Amun-Ra, the hidden sun. That's why I've been trying to sell you niggas panic packs for the last fucking 6-7 years. To show you real sun worship is smoking in a motherfucking panic pack these goddamn days. To open up that pineal gland. You get what I'm saying? And I'm going to show you more in when I was studying this, in my studies, I'm going to show you more of how important this sun worship is. This is the invisible sun. So let me read that again so you niggas understand how important that is. Light is not only a physical element. So while you niggas outside in front of that sun doing all of this shit, oh, sun, and rubbing your feet on the sand, that's good, because that's a reflection and it's a representation. But you want to get down to some meat, this is the sun you need to raise up. This is the sun you need to witness the rising of. Y'all gonna learn this shit today. Light is not only a physical element, it's also a mental and spiritual element. They're telling you it's a mental and spiritual element. They're telling you how you also, and when they say it's a mental element, they also mean how you raise light through your thinking. Now, Aleem told you this in our last lecture on First World Order Radio, 8 p.m. Wednesdays and Thursdays on Blog Talk Radio. blogtalkradio.com/Aleem Bey for you niggas who are missing it. 8 o'clock Wednesdays and Thursdays. Me and Aleem were in the discussion where I was asking Q&A to Aleem, Brother Aleem. And Brother Aleem dropped that you control your breathing, which is a form of spirituality. And that's what it means. And you can check Aleem for detailed information on the science of breathing. And what Aleem dropped was you have to control your breath and bring it to different organs in your body. So I asked him, well, for the average person, how would they do that? He said, well, you do it with your thought, because your thought or light follows your thought. So light follows your thought. Let me say it again. Light follows your thought. So first of all, that tells you our thinking about the Illuminati, chemtrails, vaccination, GMO foods, and all of that shows you why they put so much of this information out. Because if they get you to think that way, the light that they're offering, which is very shady, which is very sinister, follows you. Because you think about this shit all the time. And you think very less about your fucking power, which could shut that down with your mind or your thoughts. Or your thoughts. So thought follows light. When they say light is not only a physical element, it's also a mental and spiritual element. Alright? Mental and spiritual element. Because light follows thought. And the spiritual work, of course, the ritual and spiritual work, as I pointed out earlier, is supposed to be seeking light. Most people are doing spiritual work to seek money and jobs. But you're actually supposed to be seeking light through your spirituality, because that's the more important. The invisible light is more important than the fucking sun out there. That was for the regular people when they had all these suns up there. Like, ooh, the sun, ooh, the sun. It has its element, but ultimately, it's good for those people who are not adepts. That's why Christians and all them motherfuckers should be at cookouts constantly, doing the fucking line, you know, that fucking slide to the left, slide to the right. Y'all should be doing that shit in the sun, because the sun is going to interact with the melanin, and there's still light messages on that physical sun. But when you become the adept, your interest starts, you start raising up the sun within inside, the light within inside. You don't feed off of that light out there anymore. You feed with the inner light. Right here, niggas, the hidden sun, Amun-Ra. Okay, y'all gonna learn this shit today. Okay, light is not only a physical element, it's a mental and spiritual element. And in the temple of the disciple, he is told to revere the invisible sun even more than the visible one. There's only one visible sun. So they're telling you, you need to revere the invisible sun more than the visible one. So cut it out with this shit. You know what I'm saying? But every visible thing is only an effect of an invisible one. One of the things I teach in my class is that every single thing in this physical reality happens in the world of the invisible first, which it can be called the astral world. When in Gnosticism they tell you that Yaldabaoth, which later became Jehovah, Yahweh, or Yahi-Bahi, the creator of this terrible bastard world, the bastard child of the great mother, Sophia, when he, in a jealous rage, tried to create what he seen above him, which was above the abyss, or the Daf, as I talked about earlier. It's just another story of this pristine Sifras versus the Daf. So she spit him below this abyss, and when he tried to recreate what he seen above him, he created the astral world and the earth. And we'll get back to that. Now, when you look in Kabbalah, the first three Sifras, they're in a triangle which faces up. Then below the abyss, the next triangle goes downward. And then there's three more Sifras under them that go downward again in the downward triangle, then Malkuth at the bottom. So what you have was a right side up world that turned upside down. And you heard Brother Phil Valentine talk about, and I think he talks about it in the context of Kabbalah as well, that this world is a reflection of a greater world. And then even a reflection of a greater world. And then Malkuth is considered an afterthought. So you're in a copy of a copy, and then the afterthought called Earth that you holding on to this motherfucker like is so divine. What you're holding on is the divinity, is the afterthought of a fake world, which is a copy of another fake world, which is a copy of a real template world, which comes from a greater reality called nothingness, which is only a symbol of what you cannot fathom in the human brain. It's beyond human ideas. That's why it's called nothingness. And it's a birth into that nothingness. That's why it's three stages, which represent the three trimesters in the womb again. Because your consciousness leads you to a level where you have to be born again. That's now you have born again Christ. Well, I have everlasting life because I'm born again. What they're talking about is passing through the three stages of nothingness, which is the three trimesters of spiritual birth again. I would smack you if you were sitting right here because you don't know this shit. You're sitting around playing on Facebook talking about when's the next fucking blog talk, nigga. You can study this shit like I studied this shit. So I don't give anybody any excuses. I don't feel I'm better than you. I feel you are equal to me. Therefore, anything I can find out, you can find out. Just apply yourself. Your thoughts are getting the best of you with everything in this world that is designed to distract you from going within. That's why you think everything and worry about everything outside of you, because it distracts you from taking that journey within. You know what I'm saying? All this, I went to Egypt and I've seen the pyramids and I feel better. That shit is within you. You know what I'm saying? You would impress me if you went back fucking 2,000 years ago and tell me what was going on. As opposed to, and really I would say, well, you're only confirming what I'm telling you now anyway, so that was still a waste of motherfucking time. I was there. Alright, let's keep going before I rant ourselves out of time here. But I'm going to point out how important it is to deal with that invisible sun, to revere that sun, which is your own pineal gland. If you don't know, you need to get a panic pack. I've been selling herbs for over 7 years that open up the pineal gland, and it's been working for folks. Because this is the real. Because I cut through the chase. I get down to the real shit. We ain't gonna bullshit and debate and argue and wonder if fucking Baphomet is good or bad and who made it. You can wipe my ass with that. Let's get down to some pineal work. I'm interested in real folks doing real things. You can email me panicpack@hotmail.com for that, or for my classes, or you can get at me on my website, Occult Lectures. And there's plenty of videos on this channel if you just get new to me. The invisible sun is not limited by walls, nor even the surface of the earth itself, for its rays are being of higher vibratory rate than physical substance. Its light passes unimpeded through all planes of physical substance. To those capable of seeing the light of these spiritual orbs, there is no darkness, for they dwell in the presence of what they call limited light, and at midnight see the sun shining under their feet. So basically, they're saying, once you start dealing and opening up your pineal gland, or dealing with pineal activity, you're dealing with the forces of limited light. You're no longer dealing with the cycle of sunrise and sunset. Because remember, if you were just, I'm the sun guy and I eat the sun and I worship the sun, what you doing after 6 o'clock till midnight? You just hanging out for the next day. No. I thought you were God all the time. You get what I'm saying? I thought you were in it all the time. You get what I'm saying? So now I do understand the symbol of polarity, and that's really what this physical sun. I'm not shitting on this physical sun. It's for a level of understanding. But we're talking, or I think I'm trying to talk to the adepts that's trying to continue their level of understanding. You get what I'm saying? So they're basically saying once you open that pineal gland and you're dealing with that inner sun, that hidden sun, you're dealing with 24 hours, 100% light that blocks you in no walls. When they say walls, meaning, oh man, I'm in the temple today, I can't get my sun. Oh, the clouds are out, there's no sun today, so I can't do my sun worship. It's like none of that impedes you when you're dealing with this limited light that's within you. And the light that's within you is coming from what they call the divine source of light. And that divine source of light is defined as what they call limited light. So this limited light that you're dealing with is the light from within, or the light of the soul. That's what these fire mysteries is talking about. That's what these light mysteries is talking about. Opening up that particular light. Alright? Madame Blavatsky in Isis Unveiled gives a number of formula for making what they call these ever-burning lamps. And it states in a footnote that she herself saw one made by a disciple of the Hermetic arts, which had burned steadily without fuel for 6 years previous to the publication of her book. And I've heard about this before, and what they're talking about is these lamps that the adepts used to make that used to have these limited lights. And in hers, she said that it burned steadily without fuel for 6 years previous to the publication of her book, Isis Unveiled. So you always see, and to this day, these unintelligent so-called Egyptologists still can't figure out how deep within a lot of these temples, and definitely the Great Pyramid, how the Egyptians, the Kamites, were bringing light inside these walls to even put the hieroglyphics up. So what were they using for light? If they were using burning lights, oil burners, lights with a flame, there would have been soot on the ceiling. And there is absolutely no soot on the ceiling. So oil burners, which was of that time, or candles, or any of these flame lights, are out of the question. They cannot find the soot on the ceiling for candles or flames that would have to be burned for a long period of time just for them just being in there. But just for them to, even if they put up the hieroglyphs and left, the time that they said it took to put up the hieroglyphs, you would see soot on the walls. That's because they have what they call these ever-burning lights. And what the adepts knew how to do was take these wicks and burn them with their, you could say their kundalini, but they knew how to harness that invisible light. Or, remember I said there's threefold parts of light. There's the physical light, which you could say light of Max, as well as the sun. There was these physical parts of light, but then there was these spiritual parts of light, which they call these ever-burning lights, that people knew was inside of them and knew how to harness that light to illuminate these caverns or whatever else they needed to do. And so Blavatsky said she witnessed that. She went to Tibet, or they let her in a Tibetan monastery to study, and that's when she came out and wrote, not Isis Unveiled, the other one, the other big one, which I have, is downstairs. It'll come to me. Her other big book, The Secret Doctrines, which is a big one, which is probably the better one. She's seen these ever-burning lights. In Tibet, the Lama magicians have discovered a system of lighting rooms by means of a luminous ball of phosphorescence, greenish white in color, which increases the luminosity when ordered to do so by the priest. So here they give you another example of this light. So it's this phosphorus greenish white balls, which they knew how to turn up the power of light. Same way you know, 60 watt, 40, 60, 100 watt bulb. They knew how to turn it up just by the order of the priest. They knew how to control this with their mind. So you need to understand how advanced we was when, and really, it is really our advance came from thinking. Is how we thought of ourselves back then. That is the reason we was able to create all these feats of wonders, because we didn't have such a form of corrupt thinking. And as I pointed out, as Brother Alim taught, that thought or light follows thought. Or so this light or power follows how we thought. We thought we can do this. We knew we can do this, that therefore we can do this. So now that we think we're just human, and it's all about when's Kanye West's new album going to come out, that's exactly what the fuck we get. When we convinced ourselves that we were rappers and rap was going to take over the world, it did. Because we just thought it did. I'm from New York early on. Motherfuckers, I remember a teacher telling me the only dude that would get known in rap, perhaps Melly Mel, because he sang on Shaka Khan's song, Shaka Khan, Let Me Rock Ya. And I remember being so animately offended at the time, trying to be a producer. I was so offended at the time. Everything within my being just knew that rap will one day take over the world. And look at the sad reality it's become, but nonetheless, it has taken over the world because we thought it. So imagine if we think, we need to stop thinking one day a Holocaust is going to come and save us, and understand that it's in us now. How do you think now? Really evaluate how you think right now. And you'll find you think very sad. You think that somebody's out to get you. A friend of mine was on Facebook and just put up a status message one day and said, God damn, if you listen to conscious people, they're depressing. Oh, they doing this, don't eat that. Make sure this should have seeds. If you do that, this and this and that, and then and it's just on and on and on. prescription medicine. They doing that on TV. They putting that in the water. They putting that in the chemtrails. Don't drink distilled water. Don't do that. So it's really a depressing fucking movement. And remember, light follows that thought. That's why you niggas is always feeling persecuted. Because you have, like, you know, niggas, Patty, you make too many jokes. What are you going to do when this shit comes down? I'm going to be laughing my ass off. We won. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm going is it's a bunch of funny-ass niggas. There's titties, pussy, my lady Khadijah, and that's all I need. You know what I'm saying? My lady, a good barbecue, you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is niggas do that niggas enjoy, that's where the fuck I'm going. I'm not going to a place where there's going to be fucking destruction. You feel that way because you think that way. You're only proving how low your thoughts are. So when the dude was like, oh, panic that one day we won't be able to laugh, and you know what I'm saying, I don't know what you're doing on Facebook. I'm doing on Facebook what you're supposed to do on Facebook. Tag people and make funny jokes. I'm doing in my study what I'm supposed to fucking doing. When I'm sitting on Facebook acting like that's the bounty of my study, then believe you me, someone come and put their foot in my ass. Because I have fucked up and deserve an ass whipping if I'm on Facebook trying to deify myself on a fucking social network. How pathetic and lame you niggas are for that. Alright, so this greenish white light, or which increases the luminosity when ordered to do so by the priest, and after the departure of those who are in the chamber, is gradually becomes fainter until only one spark remains, which burns continuously, which represents the spark of your soul. Your soul burns continuously, but what they're showing in the physical form is how to illuminate your soul to a big light to illuminate the room. Today we just say, well, his aura. Aleem told you about a breathing technique, which is you breathe in for 6 seconds, hold for 3, release for 6 seconds, hold for 3, and your aura will become 15 feet wider around you. It's the same concept. You understand what I'm saying? They're just doing it in the physical, and they're doing it in a physical object. This light, they're expanding, and once they leave, just like when your aura leaves, it's just their own light that come on now. We could do this shit. We could do this shit now. Ain't nothing changed but just the way we think. So it's a matter of reordering the way you think. For all this shit you've been talking about and bragging about that ancient people did, is nothing but your black ass now. You got the same body and the same shit in you that they had. The difference is you thinking fucked up. You know what I'm saying? You worried about Chinese food and how damaging it is to the black race. You know what I'm saying? Let that shit go. We know that already. How many times you gonna say it? Don't eat it, and anybody you can influence not to eat it, tell them not to eat it, but let it go and get down to work. You're doing everything not to get to fucking work. You know what I'm saying? You the nigga saying everything that's Johnson, have that paper on my desk by Wednesday. And you telling me every fucking thing why that shit can't be on my desk. Oh, but the chemtrails. Oh, but it's not right on Facebook. Oh, Blog Talk got conspiracy theorists on it, and like, nigga, where's the paper? Put it on my desk. Get to work. Stop the bullshit. Euphrates Levy, he was a occultist of old, maybe a little bit before Crowley, but definitely famous before Crowley. He created that Baphomet sigil that you see behind me there. He created that actual picture for the Templars. He has a lot of books. He says in one of his books, History of Magic, the Druids were priests and physicians, curing by magnetism and charging amulets with their fluidic influence. And he talks about universal remedies in that book. He said one is mistletoe and serpent eggs, because the substance attracts astral light in a special manner. Those two things, mistletoe, if you can get some, or a serpent egg, if you can get some, attracts astral light. And what they're talking about, your etheric body deals with magnetism. You have, I think it's 7 different bodies that correspond with the aura and the 7 chakras. Different layers, casual body, etheric body, mental body, and they all have different characteristics. Your etherical body deals with magnetism. So I'm sure you've heard by now that people healing themselves with magnets. Because actually what the magnet is doing is working with the etheric body, because sickness trickles down from your aura into, eventually it shows up as a physical ailment. So something's happening in your spirituality, which starts with your thinking, because the light, or everything is forms of light, high light, lower light. So sickness is a form of light, just a lower form of light, a lower vibration, if you will. And if you think, well, I'm depressed, my mother was depressed, I feel depressed, eventually depression is going to sit in, because it's following your thought. And what you're really creating is a hole in different levels of your body. There was a white boy on a show who was able to see auras. And what he seen, and he worked for a football team, he was a healer on a football team, a young white boy. And he seen a hole in the aura of one of the player's legs. And the player went to play at practice, came back in, and hurt his leg that day. So the leg, he seen the hole before the actual physical injury took place. So it was just a matter of time for that leg to get affected in that area. So we think, well, I was running, I tripped, it's a random thing. No, actually, this is remember, nothing happens to you without, everything that happens to you is only prior to a thought. So therefore, as he's seen that hole in his leg, because something in his thinking eventually got that leg. So when you trip, you fall, you hurt your finger, cut your finger, bite your tongue, bite your lips, stub your toe, all of that shit's from a prior thought. Think about that shit for a while. So magnetism, it says the Druid priests and physicians were curing by magnetism, because they said in the etheric body is where the sickness starts to set in. So having magnets and magnetism, sleeping on a magnet, there's magnet belts you can buy, magnet pieces you can buy, sleeping on those pulls out any or before what in your thinking manifests as something wrong, it starts dealing with your thinking on the etheric level. And the Druids knew how to deal with this. Alright? Certain plants, minerals, and animals were held sacred among all nations of the earth because of their particular sensitive to what they call astral fire, or kundalini fire, or spiritual fire. They're sacred to that, and something in them inspires that energy. Alright? The cat, sacred to the city in Budapest and in Egypt, is an example of a particular magnetized animal. So this animal, the cat, especially, was held around because of its ability to communicate and clean your etheric body, which the sickness sets in. So you ever notice a cat will come and rub against you? Like they'll just rub, and they'll rub their back and they'll rub their face on you. A dog can do it too, but a cat will do it more, because they're actually cleaning negative energy out your etheric body. So that's why if you can have a cat, it's good to have a cat in the house, because they pull a lot of energy and help you. That's why they have so many cats around the Kemetic, temples, for that reason. Anyone stroking the fur of a domestic cat in the dark room can see the electrical emanations in the form of green fluorescent light. In the temples of baths sacred to the cat goddess, 3-colored cats were viewed with unusual veneration, as was any member of the feline family whose 2 eyes were of different colors. Lodestone and radium in the mineral kingdom and various parasitic growths in the plant kingdom are strangely susceptible to cosmic fire. That's the mushrooms in the plant kingdom, those funguses. The magicians of the Middle Ages surrounded themselves with certain animals such as bats, cats, snakes, and monkeys, because they were able to borrow the power of the astral light from these creatures and appropriate it to their own use. Remember in the movie Constantine, they were showing you this, but they always give you something, because people always understand the cat as a mystical creature. There's actually a book called A Mystical Cat. If I remember, I'll get the author. It's a green book, and I have it on my shelf. And you can find it. I think it's called A Mystical Cat, where they give them the signs of cat. But remember, the witch also had the cat. So that's where the cat got the obvious rep. And of course, they showed you cats in Egypt, but they never told you what the cat does. And really, a lot of people don't know, but now you know. You just were told what they really do is they magnetize astral energy or spiritual energy. They help also clean the negative energy off of you, and they could transmute it, meaning when they take the negative energy, it doesn't stay on them. It actually dissipates. Because there's some items, especially a lot of crystals, that it takes and holds and absorbs the negative energy, but it transfers the energy to from one medium to the next. The cat actually can dissipate negative energy. And actually, that was told to me years ago by Brother Aleem as well. When I had the cats in the house, and so what was I talking about? So the witches, and they never tell you why the cat was mystical, and they did the same thing in the movie Constantine with Keanu Reeves, which pretty much is a sucky movie, but we have to give props to the god Papa Midnight in that movie, that black brother, the African brother who did his thing as a god, the Papa Midnight. But she had a black cat in the house. He sat in a chair with the water in his feet, and he picked up the cat and was looking at the cat and said, well, the cats are halfway in, halfway out. And basically, he was like, okay, well, it fed into that mythology of these cats being special, but they didn't tell you what it was yet again. But now you guys know what it was. The cat, what else was it? Snakes, bats, monkeys. That's why monkeys are in a lot of Hindu temples. Monkeys in Hanuman, the monkey god. One of the reasons he was revered, Hanuman was also a healer. Remember, he healed Lakshmana by carrying the mountain to Lakshmana and creating these medicines. But that's a play on the monkey being also one of those animals that are really connected to astral light or the etheric realm, the place of healing or magnetism. Okay, well, just a note, the incense burner represents the body of man. The incense within the burner, made from extracted essences of various plants, represents the life forces in the body of man. The flaming spark burning in the midst of the incense is the emblem of the spiritual germ concealed in the midst of the organism of man. So not the stick incenses, the charcoal incenses. I'm sure I have one of them around here. I don't feel like getting it. But the charcoal incenses, you need to be able to see everything you do in a ritual form as something that's being activated within inside of you, within inside the body of man. So I tell you, even as something as lighting incense is representative of something is sparking in your own soul. So when you see it that way, as opposed to I'm just lighting incense to clean my house because, I sage my house because this nigga was over here talking about, fuck all of that. You know what I'm saying? Really, when you start looking at it this way, you start to take these simple acts of rituals and start making them divinity. So that's how you have to look at rituals, almost all of them, that you're sparking, activating, lighting, wetting, pouring something within inside of you. Somebody asked the other day on Facebook a general question, how do you give a sacrifice to the ancestors? And the only thing worse than that question in this day and time, when there's so much YouTube information, about Wikipedia information about that very act, the only thing worse than that question that you feel you have to answer on Facebook is the dumbass answers that you just fucking getting back. The best sacrifices are the gods, the ancestors, as Bobby Hemmett pointed out, which is absolutely clear in occult science, live in you, live in your DNA. So they like what you like. They want what you want. You eat a plate of grits, put out a plate of grits if you so desire. You like to eat motherfucking hot wings, put out hot wings. You don't like mayonnaise, don't put out mayonnaise. You know what I'm saying? There is no textbook sacrifice. Liquor, honey, whatever, cookies, coffee, and peanuts. And I'm looking at the sacrifices I have out here: pumpkin pie, pina colada for someone. My father, all sorts of liquor. Marlboro cigarettes, which he smoked, that was his. You know what I'm saying? I got items. My stepmother, half her family's gone, so I have half their items up there. I remember he got this teddy bear, my stepbrother, from this chick. He just was in awe of that. That's on my altar. His Masonic shit. So it's from your own mind. So ain't no. Now see, the difference is, and this is why I teach in CAP, if you're following a system, a traditional system, and I won't go into detail, you have to take my class, I'll tell you the difference between the system and the scientist. I'm dealing with sciences. If you're in a system, then you need to follow the rules of that system. So if they say no bananas on Tuesday, then by all means, no bananas on Tuesday, because you have agreed to submit to that system. Therefore, you need to follow the rules of that system. I'm trying to talk to the motherfuckers who ain't in no system. All right, let's keep going. The mystery schools of ancient Egypt taught that blood was the vehicle of the consciousness. Blood is the vehicle of consciousness. Now, spiritually, before I I must have seen this, but before this really took a hold, let me say it that way, I started getting channels in the dreams, and really all your astral travel and your dream work comes from your blood. So, what proves that is you can eat certain foods at night, and remember that food is in your blood, and you'll have different type of dreams. Like, my absolute queen goddess Khadijah, she'll eat a certain food and have a certain type of dreams, fucked up food for her, and have these dreams. I'll eat fucked up food, have these dreams. They showed this. In fact, this is normal human shit, because there was an episode of the Cosby Show where he ate one of his hoagies before he went to sleep, and remember, he had a dream that he was pregnant, or they were pregnant, or it was another dream episode he had, if it wasn't that dream episode, but the point was he ate a hoagie before he went to sleep, and they tell you don't eat before you go to bed. You get fucked up sometimes with the dreams. Lon Malo Duquette, which is a white guy who deals, he's a very good author, very good. He's actually on Facebook. Very good occultist author, a well-respected one, too. He actually took over the OTO, which was Crowley's organization, for a certain point, which is you have to be somebody for them to even give you that job, if you will. So I actually got him to do Blue Show. And of course, I was actually texting her the questions to ask him, because he wouldn't have sat with me in no context. So I wanted to question this motherfucker, which I did. And basically, when it came to astral traveling, because that's what most black people wanted to hear about at the time, we asked him questions. He said, shit, he'll eat some of his wife's good old casserole, and he'll go into the next zone. So, he said a lot of stuff like, well, it's only this, it's only... These forms of light are only angels. They only this. They only that. They only this. In other words, he took a lot of these advanced concepts and he actually kept saying, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but angels are only energies. And after a while, Blue even had to say to his ass, oh, my feelings ain't hurt, because we knew that shit. Because actually, Bobby Hemmett has been saying that for years, and a lot of motherfuckers still ain't even catching up to that. But niggas all of a sudden got it when this white boy came and said everything that Bobby Hemmett, and I even recognized that shit that night. I said, he sounded like a very mediocre Bobby Hemmett. But when it comes from niggas and we see ourselves as nothing but these ex-slaves, if you will, it's like no one can really take it for what it's worth as that particular individual is an avid studier. Bobby, myself, is an avid studier. Me and Bobby became close based upon him recognizing my greed for studying and research. So that's what he respected. You get what I'm saying? So that's where our relationship started, with him seeing the before and the after effects. Like after I was repeating a long list of books that were now in my hand that he has been saying for years, he was in awe, because as long as he's been saying the books, very few people who have actually been getting them and then reading them. So I was asking him questions based upon reading books he recommended. He had no choice, but he couldn't resist at being intrigued at what was really going on with this guy who he had met before named Panic. So with that being said, when I heard Lon Milo DuQuette, I was like, he sounds like a mediocre version of what Bobby's been saying to these niggas for years, but they all of a sudden is coming out this white man's mouth. They was taking this shit as serious as motherfucking a cancer diagnosis. And I was just really sad. It was sad and pathetic to me. You get what I'm saying? And you have one of your own that has been given it to you, and we still debating it, remembering the jokes that he said. Between those jokes, him and even myself, there's a world of science that's really much more important. It's sad that we have to say jokes to keep motherfuckers interested. You get what I'm saying? But it is what it is. So this Lon Milo DuQuette, like I said, was talking about food and how it impacted, which is something I definitely noticed, something that we talked about, and so on and so forth. So when they talk about it here, that they taught that the vehicle for consciousness, the spirit of man traveled through his bloodstream, therefore was not actually located in any part of the compound organism. It moved through the body with the rapidness of thought, so that the conscious self and sense of perception could be localized in any part of the body by the exercise and the power of will. So consciousness and spirituality, in other words, is what they're saying, can be demonstrated or activated with the power of your will or your thought in any part of your body. There's no one place where it's coming from. Because one time when we did the lecture with Brother Wayne, there was a sister that came who never heard of me. Everybody else pretty much did, because most people from my lecture group of the remix at that time were coming to the lecture. So they all came for their panic packs. They knew what it was, and they was too happy to get them live and direct. And one sister who never heard of me, she gets the panic pack, she puts it near her womb to test it. Oh, and I'm sitting there like, what the fuck are you doing? You know what I'm saying? You could use your hands, so not saying that there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, come on now, just dramatic shit you doing is not fooling anybody. You still won't, what the fuck it, you know what I mean? If you do that, then you might as well, every organic apple, you need to put it in your vagina at Whole Foods to see if it's truly organic. You know what I'm saying? And I need more detail. Since you're going to put it in your pussy, I need more detail. Like, tell me the lineage of the seed, and if it was grown in Mexico, and did the farmer handle it with love? You know what I'm saying? How many times did it get watered? If you're so adept at putting shit at your pussy and figuring it all out, which I know is just dramatic. Why is it dramatic? because the consciousness in your bloodstream, and remember, your blood is considered fire in the body. And so that fire is all around your body, you know what I'm saying? Activated by the main source of fire, Kundalini light, in your soul and your consciousness and all of this. But it exists all around your body, this fire. So in the book Psychomancy, which is, if you don't know by now, it's a book that when I was in Rhode Island, I found in a used bookstore. It was out of print. Psychomancy is called, and I read it, and it was done in the 60s before the New Age movement really took a hold. And so therefore, it gave a lot of secrets before it became not given secrets of today. And so, and it gives a lot of exercise on technique, on how to activate or spiritualize your five senses. So your five senses become what they call in the book super senses. So there's spirituality in your hands, your feet, your thought, your taste. You'll be able to receive. So there was a sister I was with who can hear spirits when they come. Some can see spirits. Some can taste. I was tasting spirits at one time. One time I was on the level of channeling. When somebody would come through, I would tell them what food to give them. They want Dunkin' Donuts, they want this, they want that. They want this, they want red this, they want this, they want that. And because I could actually taste in detail what they wanted to eat. And then most people sense it. Seeing spirits is not always seeing them with their physical eye. Most people so-called see spirits with what you call your third eye. And that's really the sense that you're really going for, your main sense. The same way all your physical senses pale in comparison to losing your eyesight. You lost your eyesight, it'll be a real big life change. Not to say losing your hearing and losing all of that will be a big change as well, even losing your taste. In fact, Khadijah, my wife's sister, was going out with a nigga who ain't had no taste buds. Now, needless to tell you, this shit to us was fucking comedy. It was tragic, I guess, for them, because, Khadijah's sister, who's also fine as hell, just like Khadijah. She's a cook, though. She's one of them motherfuckers that the nigga who married her is going to have a gut. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no getting around. No skinny nigga is going to live in that house with her. She can cook her ass off. So that's her power. So her going out with a nigga without taste buds, needless to say, me and Khadijah, every text we got from her, we couldn't wait for a new update on what was going on with non-taste buds, man. Because the nigga who couldn't, like when she broke up with non-taste, man, oh man, we was kind of hurt because we knew we had to go back to watching Netflix again for our entertainment. You know what I'm saying? So fuck, I bring that shit up for. What was I talking about? Hold on. So I know that each of your senses matter. You know what I'm saying? But if somebody said you had to lose a sense, most people would say I wouldn't want to lose my eyesight first. So that same trickles in the spiritual world. Your eyesight is also being able to see spirits. And when you see them with your third eye, it's like you feel the presence. Kind of, I guess the shortcut to say the kind of way I've been displaying it to you over the years through my lectures. You feel it and you can see it. Whatever you're doing, even what we're doing now, as I'm reading it and telling you the spirituality and breaking down symbols, that's because I can see with this eye. That's that panic pack, nigga. Get on it. Get on it. You're playing yourself if you're not fucking with some cheap shit, some all-natural, organic herbs that all you have to do is email me and you will get it right as rain. See, I can see all that decoding of movies because when I look at the movies, I can see with my spiritual eye. This eye has become a super sense. They also show you that in Psychomancy. Like I said, that book I got in Rhode Island, I talked about it so much that eventually people asked me to start selling it. And I've been selling that for over 5 years now. You can get Psychomancy from me as well. You get it for free if you take my class.
So you can get psychomancy from me as well, and it shows you plenty of techniques. What's funny about it, because psychomancy is an old conscious word that's hardly used anymore. But there's a movie called The Master with it's actually done by the same director who did Boogie Nights and There Will Be Oil, which were better movies. The Master is pretty much a terrible movie. Joaquin Phoenix is in it, which is the dude who was in Gladiator, the King, and the other fat dude that was in Boogie Nights. But he's dignified now. It's Howell or some shit. Anyway, in it, he's a cult leader. And this dude starts following him. But they're teaching in the cult these techniques. And she's basically saying, look at my eyes. They show a close-up of her eyes. And she has brown eyes. She said, now turn my eyes green. Now, you're not physically turning her eyes green, but you're doing everything in your power to see those eyes as green, which in a physical sense means nothing. But in a spiritual sense is the process of controlling your thoughts and changing reality. See, that's a technique that you'll find in psychomancy. Because in psychomancy, the first technique they teach you is get a cold water basin and a hot water basin. Stick one hand in the cold, stick one more in the hot, and switch and make the hot cold and the cold hot. You're not physically making cold hot. Because people are like, well, how do you physically do that, Panic? We're such physical beings, we don't even understand how to do spiritual work anymore. They're not talking about physically change hot to cold. What they're talking about is, in your mind, experience the cold as hot and experience the hot as cold. Which is, remember, hot and cold is only a perception. I may go into a room and say, ooh, it's cold in here. And somebody else says, shit, it's hot. Why? That shows you heat and cold is only a matter of how you feel about it. So they're telling you, use your mind to feel different ways about what you call hot and cold, which is the absolute exercising or the process of changing your spiritual reality. Enough of that. Take the class, you cheap free motherfuckers, where you get to learn all this shit from me for a very moderate price. For as much as you learn and as much as I teach and as much as other people charge, very moderate price, and I have payment plans. We do them approximately once a month. You need to email me, get on this class. We learn shit. You're going to learn how to activate this shit. It ain't just more lecturing. I'm going to teach you how to do this. That's what you learn in my class. Hit me, occultlectures.com, panicpack@hotmail.com, PANICPACK@hotmail. Do the science. Get with it. Show that this shit is more than a theory for you. And the class is designed for those who have never even dealt with magic before, or those who are dealing with advanced magic. I have people saying, shit, Panic, I've been in this shit for 20 years, and this class has changed my life. So this shit is working. It's undeniable. I'm on cycle 13. I couldn't be on cycle 13 if I was bullshitting. Like I said, I'll give you the email addresses of people who've taken the class, and you can talk to them directly. You don't need to take my word for it. And again, this class is done for anybody around the world. I got UK students who take the class because we do it via Skype. If you're in the area, you're welcome to come to the house. But if you're not, sit your ass at home, enjoy the class. 4 weeks of class. Email me, panicpack@hotmail.com, or go to my new website, occultlectures.com. Time to do it, nigga. The fire coursing through the system animated and vitalize all parts of the form, thus keeping the spiritual nature in touch with all of its physical extremities. This, of course, again, is talking about the blood. The fire in the blood, because there's crystals in the blood, so once you charge those crystals with your enlightenment fire, your whole body becomes a spiritual temple. Your whole body becomes spiritualized. You have divine legs, divine funky, ashy. The backs of your feet become divine ashy backs of your feet now. You get what I'm saying? The rust on your ass becomes divine rust ass because the blood vitalizes all extremities. It's like the Nile River. You get what I'm saying? Or the Red Sea, actually. The Nile River is more the Kundalini, actually, going from south to north. But then it falls into the Red Sea. So now you niggas just learned some real new hot shit again. The Nile River is the Kundalini energy that goes into the Red Sea, which is the bloodstream. You get what I'm saying? And therefore it's divine. Hence, it is significant that the sphere of the centurion should pass the liver of Christ, and the vulture should be placed over the liver of Prometheus to torment him through the ages. Again, this is just speaking of what we talk about as the liver as a regenerative tool. So also the spear of destiny pierces Christ in his side, hits his liver, which is also talking about regeneration. But in Christ's case, it's talking about resurrection. You get what I'm saying? So because he's the Christ and it hits the liver, he no longer goes into the recycling phase. He now goes into the phase of a new birth. What's his thing? Resurrection as opposed to reincarnation. When you become in Christ, you resurrect into the new God. When you stay human, you just reincarnate into the next human with the same problem while you sit on the toilet. The Egyptians considered the juice of the grape to be more nearly like human blood than any other substance. In fact, they believed that the grape secured its life from the blood of the dead who have been buried in the earth. So you always see the kings laying down while someone feeds them grapes. In fact, Bobby went in the whole thing with the grape juice, how divine it is. If you want to tap in, you'll get a high, but it's more of a spiritual high than a wine high. Because a wine cult, you'll see wine all in the cult of Dionysus. It's a wine cult, which is actually has a twofold meaning. Now we understand it's connected to the blood and the ancestors. But I showed you that the grapes is also a symbol for the ovaries. And that a lot of the ancients, I did a whole lecture, which I should put up on YouTube soon, about the menses and eating of the menses. So the wine culture was the eating of the woman's menses. And I know it sounds disgusting, but I did a whole thing on explaining the eating of the menses, what it meant, and so on and so forth on a spiritual level. And so the grape culture was connected to that, but it was also connected to ancestor worship, which almost everything is. In fact, the whole system of voodoo is ancestor worship. In the lowers is nothing but ancestor worship. And so the grapes represent that. There's a kosher grape drink called Kedem. You get it in any supermarket. Kedem. You need to get with that. That will... It is very divine. It'll help you channel and it'll purify the melanin. And like I said, the Egyptians considered the juice of the grape, which is grape juice, nearly like human blood more than any subjects. In fact, they believed the grape secures its life from the blood of the dead ancestors who have been buried in the earth. The blood of the dead who have been buried in the earth, ancestors. So the grape juice is any rituals when you're dealing with ancestors, pour grape juice. You can do wine too. But the grape juice goes a long way. Wine is nothing but fermented grape juice. Grape juice 2.0. So, but you can get the Kedem grape juice. Not that Welch's bullshit that's made up. The Kedem is the kosher shit made from straight grapes. A little bit more expensive, very much more expensive, but the real deal shit. Kedem. Kosher grape juice. It's everywhere. You're gonna find it's not very hard to get. If a glass of water be left overnight in a room where someone is sleeping, the next morning the water will be impregnated to such an extent with the psychic radiations of the person that anyone understanding the modus operandi may find contained in the water a complete record of the life and character of the one who occupied the room. All right, that's very deep there. All right, I've been telling people for years to put a basin of water under their bed for astral travel, for spiritual enlightenment, for protection, and for past lives. Because what you just found out is leaving a cup of water or a body of water in any container in a room pulls, while you sleep overnight, your psychic impressions in that water. Water is nothing more but liquid crystals, and it is absorbed. Water is very receptive. We should know that by now. It is the feminine quality, and the feminine is to receive. Same way she receives the penis. Or the man initiates the conversation with the woman, and if she receives them, you might get a number. You know what I'm saying? And Khadijah told me back in the days, I wouldn't have got shit. And I give her all my back in the days line. Okay, if I said this to you, would you go for it? She's like, nope. I'd have told you. I'm like, I really believe that I would have got that ass back in the day, but she said I wouldn't have got it back in the days. I don't know though. That's still open for debate. I hit her with all my, hot lines. I'm saying, did it hurt when you fell from heaven, queen? She's like, nah, you wouldn't have got no pussy off of that. So, what the fuck was I talking about again? Okay, so the receptive nature of a woman, if they receive you, that's why when you say, well, water is feminine, because it's of a receptive nature. Whatever you put water in, it will receive that shape. You put it in the cup, turn it in the cup, put it in the bowl, turn it in the bowl, put it in a hat, turn it in the shape of a hat. Now the destructive or the powerful side of a woman or water, it can break some shit down over time. You know what I'm saying? Because like the DJ broke my ass down over time. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the destructive side of the water. You know what I'm saying? Why are you putting your socks on the floor? Long story short, no more socks on the floor. You know when you eat, you drop macaroni and shit, man, you don't clean it up. Not anymore. I use a bib in one of them trays now. Because that water has been breaking my ass down over the years. You know what I'm saying? You need to wash that pillow more often. Alright. Nigga, pick that up, nigga. Okay. Now I be looking, making sure I ain't drop shit, no M&Ms and shit anywhere. Because that water broke my ass down. You know what I'm saying? So you need to understand in your ritual to charge water, and you could think of a thought before you go to bed. You need to understand the mysteries of astral traveling, where you program what it is you're bringing into the astral world before you go to sleep, which is something I teach in class. And when you bring it into that world, you can charge the water with that, then the next day you use that water for whatever spiritual thing. Anoint your candles, your area, give it to ancestors. Basically, you can ask, let's say you need to figure out something, a book, a whatever spiritual thing you need. You could bring that in the spiritual world, that question to that ancestor or deity, while that cup of water is right near your bed. And then it's charged with that question. So then you can take it to your spirit room or your spiritual area, charge whatever candle or whatever magic you're going to do with that water, where you ask the question and that water has that vibration in it to draw your answers to the ritual. Okay, you niggas is going to learn today. Alright, so the highest of each kingdom in nature was also considered a symbol of the sun. So remember, the sun represents that light. So to reaffirm the importance of light, which is nothing more than consciousness, as we know. So to reaffirm the power or the importance of consciousness in nature, the highest in those in nature, in whatever system, will connect that animal with the sun. So hence, the scarab beetle, being the highest in the insect kingdom, or the most intelligent of all insects, was connected with the sun. The eagle, the most aspiring of all birds, connected with the sun. Haru, the sun god. The lion, strongest of all beasts, connected with the sun. Considered considered fitly the symbol of the solar disk. The lion's mane is like the sun rays. You know what I'm saying? So all of these animals are connected with the sun because they represent the highest in that sun kingdom, or the God force. You get what I'm saying? The God force. And that's why your son, when you have a child, they call him your son, because he's the redeemer. He's the redeemer. And your daughter is daughter, as I just pointed out, because your daughter represents water. You get what I'm saying? And sun and water interplay. You get what I'm saying? They interplay. Okay, y'all niggas are gonna learn. Now, you gotta remember, that doesn't make a man better than a woman. You need to get that physical bullshit out your head. Because your so-called daughter may return in the next life as a man. Because ultimately, we're both. In polarity, we're separating into something to try to explain, explaining ourselves. So the polarity becomes masculine and feminine. So they're trying to explain the feminine as your daughter, or water, and the sun as the sun, as the redeemer. You get what I'm saying? Horus is the redeemer. Heru is his lady friend. You get what I'm saying? The daughter of the water. The water. According to the mysteries, there comes a time in the spiritual unfoldment of man when the mysterious oil, which has been moving slowly up the spinal column, finally enters the third ventricle of the brain. Of course, they're talking about the kundalini and the melanin, or the melanated spinal fluid. Come on, sons. And this hits what they call the third ventricle in your brain. All right? So that's where the kundalini goes for further transformation, which we will get into. Where it becomes it becomes a beautiful golden color and radiates in all directions. Okay, let me go back a little bit when I talked about the blood. This is symbolic of Christ's energy, which represents the fire or the heart. That's why his heart is illuminated. In the blood, this is symbolic of Jesus turning water into wine. And remember, I said wine or that grape represents the ancestors. So this is when your blood starts talking to you. So the water, most humans, their blood is represented as just water, basically. Even though it has certain properties that's can give you life, but it's not spiritualized or turned from water into wine. And when it turns into that wine, it becomes that wine cult, that Dionysian energy, or that Pan energy. It's just symbolic of that God force energy that now is able to communicate and talk to the dead. You're actually talking to the DNA, which is in the blood. When they need your DNA, what do they take? Your blood. Because in the blood, when you spiritualize or turn water into wine, you're activating the DNA, or the ancestral aspect of your DNA, the spiritual aspect of your DNA, to have communications, which it talks to you through your pineal gland. All right, just so you know. All right. So it's been moving up the spinal column, enters the third ventricle of the brain, where it becomes a beautiful golden color that radiates in all directions. Now you understand what they're talking about with the halo. A golden color that radiates in all directions, or it mimics the sun. You have become the sun now. Or it becomes that inner light, or the hidden sun that I talked to you about. While you worshiping that sun out there, or looking out that sun is the be-all and end-all, it's really the sun in here. With the halo around your head, that is the hidden sun, that is the true sun, that is the true God that radiates in your head, limitless lights, no matter what time of the day, or no wall can penetrate, because it's coming from you. Get this shit, niggas. Get it. It's being said to you. Ain't no excuse. This radiance is so great it cannot be limited by the skull. It pours out from the head, especially from the back of the neck, where the uppermost vertebrae or the spine connects with the condyles of the optical bone, basically medulla oblongata. And it is this light pouring out in a fan-shaped aura around the posterior part of the head that is giving rise to the halos of the saints and the nimbus so often used in religious art. Basically, when you see religious art, they wear halos. The light signifies human regeneration, and it forms part of the auric bodies of man. Part of the auric bodies of man. Niggas, please, let me be clear on this. I had a guy who used to drive for me. I can't drive. It's pathetic. Yes, I know. And I haven't had time to learn, especially now. It's just constant books and lectures and panic packs. After I read the book, that's when I'm going to take some time and get this driving license bullshit out the way, or learn how to drive. Now, so my boy was driving for me, and his wife, she wasn't wrapped, basically too tight for the human world, which means she was perfect as a spiritual being. As a human, there'd probably be some funny shit going on, you know what I'm saying? But as a spiritual person, she was on point, and she could see spirits all around like the day is long. But the problem is, because she could all her life see these spirits, she would stifle herself. She would not talk about it because so many people thought she was crazy. So now she's actually in the right house to talk about it, but she's spent so many years of quieting herself that she was finding it hard to say. So she would look at certain altars, my fairy altar, see people get names, and she was saying to me in a nice way, because I have downstairs the whole over the fireplace and nothing but saint candles. Because the saints had came to me spiritually and said they can now be used. And I wasn't like anybody else. I wasn't fucking with saints, Catholicism. But remember, what the ancient black people did was deify the saints. And while their slave masters made them worship the saints, they recognized the correspondence with the deities. So years after black people had did these to the saints, eventually those saints became energies that we can use, and that's what came through spiritually. So there's not a lot of works I do with the saints, but I have an area for saint candles. When they too white, I can't, that ain't gonna happen. But the saints that look semi-niggerish, you know what I'm saying? Maria Guadalupe and Hernando Gonzalez, Marie Leonza, and all the rest of these things. So, and most of them have the artwork with the halos on the head. So this sister was there at a cookout I had, and she was telling me, she was like, oh man, she said, you look just like those dudes. And she said, when I see you, I just keep seeing like those people. So I'm looking, I see these saints, so I'm like, oh, you see saints around? And she was saying, then later after the cookout, when she came, I said, well, what were you talking about when you seen that? She's like, I could see these lights around your head like a halo. She said, when I said you look like the saints, you have that same halo as these saints. So, which was confirmation of shit that I knew already, but because she can see the light, see spirits, she was able to see the halo, which is only a testimony to Kundalini work, me raising up the sun within. When I tell you, nigga, this is really happening. This is happening now. This is not some shit from before. This is shit you can do now. You know what I'm saying? That's why I look at y'all as, or some of y'all, let me say, as pathetic when you're doing all these fucking status messages and all these fucking friendly news of the day messages. I get it, that's cute, that's what Facebook is for. But if that's the ceiling on what it is you're doing, you fucking up. You have access to this now. I'm proof of this shit. You know what I'm saying? She's coming to, she ain't got no reason to lie to me. She's coming to me telling me she see this shit. Now, at night, when Khadija will go to sleep before me, of course, I'll walk in the room to do whatever. I'll keep the light out because she's sleeping. She said in her half sleep, she can see lights all around me. So basically in that zone, she can see aura. She's excellent at dream work, spiritual communication. She can see spirits. She can do all of that fancy pantsy smancy shit. And basically she said she could see my halo. She said it's light like she's never seen before. When we first got together, she was able to see lights. And she was telling me, and she said, in your aura, I've never seen a color like this before. Because it's radiating. See, y'all niggas is dealing with the light that y'all see, which is the 7-band frequency. Remember, when you tap in, you're dealing with limited light. Therefore, it's colors that you cannot even fathom. You get what I'm saying? Now, there was a white boy who had a near-death experience and came back. And he said the place he went, there are colors that don't even exist on Earth. You see those colors with your third eye, and you radiate those colors with your third eye when you illuminate the hidden sun or the sun within. When you stop looking out there at the fucking picnic sun as the only form of light. That's a light for the humans to eventually have a realization that it exists with them and that they become a star. Your destination is to become a star, and the sun over there is nothing but a star. And you are nothing but fragments of stardust. Brother Lean, just dropped that there's like 101 such and such million pounds of stardust dropped on the earth every day. And because you are a star, you can communicate through the breath with this stardust. And communicating with the breath through this stardust, it will activate the spirituality or the star within you. Right up there, players. The hidden star. It is the substance of which your essence as a being is. Stardust. You're a star. You're the star man. So you can communicate with this stardust through the breath. Aline teaches you how. If you don't know how, you need to tune in to First World Order Radio, Wednesday and Thursday night, 8 p.m. on Blog Talk Radio. Just Google us. We're there. And you can hear this type of information of how to communicate with this stardust. You can smoke a panic pack. Get there. I have organic herbs, my combination, spiritually channeled. I used it to help illuminate my shit. And I'm telling you right now, the people who see my shit, it's not a theory. I don't deal in theories. And I guess this could happen if you do that. I wonder what would happen if you do that. That's not even my style. I'm into this telling you shit that I have done and you can do. You can do it too. I come with you with no ego. I come with you only saying what you can do, what I can do. The day I start saying I can do it and you niggas need to just listen to me, that's when you have a problem. I'm telling you quite the contrary. What I can do, you can do. Tenfold. That's the message of Jesus, remember? You can do what I can do, only and greater. Meaning there's no limit to this limited life. So I'm saying no matter how far I go, I expect that anything from anybody can happen in any form of light. I'm not the ceiling on this. And any other lecturer who says they are is fucking fandangling you, hoodwinking you, bamboozling your ass. What you have in you to be human within itself, you became a vehicle that can evolve. That's the nature of humanity. So the very least of your human ass has the ability to evolve. So there's nobody in human form that can say they are better than you. Now, I'm going to be real with you now. There's some of us who have come from a level of evolution that is advanced and came down here through the mysteries of compassion to raise up those who have lost their way or need help reinitiating themselves to their divine light. Now, I'm not going to lie. I know that's me along with many others. I don't want to get it confused that I'm the only nigga in the verse. No, we talking about this is Jimi Hendrix, Richard Pryor, Petey Wheatstraw. These are Eartha Kitt, Ella Fitzgerald, Sojourner Truth, Malcolm X. I'm talking about there are thousands of light bringers. So I'm not more special than the next one. But you gotta remember, we are always in control. We are always looking out for ourselves. So those walking around with their Christianity mindset, there is always light seekers, light bringers, and here for light seekers and those who desperately need to find some form of light. Understand this. All right. So I talked about. I know this aura and this to be true because I tapped into that level. So can you. So can you, my neighbors. And as a point, the Holy Land of all nations is the human body. That this is sacred earth consecrated to the gods. Okay, we need to understand that statement as a powerful one that it is, that the Holy Land is actually the human body. Because we spend a lot of time thinking we can go to Egypt and have a mystical experience. Or we can go to Angkor Wat and have a mystical experience. Or we supposed to make this Hajj, or whatever they call it, to Mecca, and we are now in the Holy Land. Or that, Israel and Palestine is fighting over Holy Land. What folly you are in for this. What folly you are in. Now, going to Egypt, going to Angkor Wat and visiting the temple, those are excellent, fun, enlightening field trip. I suggest you take your family there and you pack a big lunch. But really, the true science is the Holy Land is where you stand. So you can tap into the mysteries while sitting on your toilet, while sitting in your living room. Because, again, let me repeat, the Holy Land of all nations is the human body. Of all nations is the human body. So that's the real science. If you choose to go to Egypt, don't kid yourself as you became some sort of fucking adept just for visiting and only going to where the tourists are fucking allowed. It's not like you was when you went with goddamn your ex-preacher or whoever's taking your ass, when you went with them, that you was in the Queen's chamber in the Great Pyramid decoding mysteries in the fucking king's tomb, trying to explain to motherfuckers what the chambers or the shafts in the Great Pyramid are. All you did was look at the walls the same way every fucking white motherfucker from the Caucasus Mountains standing right next to your ass looking at the same shit. You're not tapping into any fucking mysteries. You're seeing proof of your black ass, which you, by now you should understand is the builders of that. But judging by the McDonald's and all the fucking soda cans laying around the pyramid that I hear you complain about, you are not owning and running that shit no more, which is the real fucking tragedy. But there's a reason for that, because the ancients knew that was a symbol for you to remember what is within you, not what's over there. It's not for you to preserve that. It's nice to preserve, and it's nice to respect that work and respect that shit, but the true fruit of that work is right here. It sits right here. It's sitting right down. It's sitting right down watching you listen to me on fucking YouTube. That's the ceiling of all of that work, the mounds and all of that. So the true injustice is not just look what they doing to the pyramids. They scratched off the noses. No, you should be real upset at what they doing to your black ass, and I'm even more upset of what you refuse to do in response, which is raise your fucking self up to your divinity. Your response is they putting chemtrails on me. You fucking cowards. I know it's happening. I know it's happening. I know it exists, and I know it's real, and I know it's designed to fuck you up. But your countermeasures all exist in here and in here. You get what I'm saying? And I'm waiting for you niggas to jump up and do something about it. You get what I'm saying? Instead of talking about it, let's be about it. You can end this shit with your thoughts. But you niggas is too busy debating each other about shit that don't even matter any motherfucking way. I don't care who's right. That shit ain't gonna do nothing now. You know what I'm saying? Shit, nigga. You don't want me to get on this shit. You know what I'm saying? Thus man is heaven, earth, and hell in one. So all of these concepts exist within heaven, earth, hell, your slavery, your Holocaust, or your victory, or your Puff Daddy. You get what I'm saying? If you ask Puff Daddy and Kanye West what they think about slavery, they would say it's a long time ago. You ask a nigga eating government cheese, you know what I'm saying, and drinking fucking tap water, what they think about slavery, they'll say it really fucked us up. You know what I'm saying? Why? Same man, same planet, same country, same chances. Thus man is heaven, earth, and hell in one. And his salvation is much more personal problem than he realizes. So your salvation is a personal problem. Oh, let me say that shit again. Thus man is heaven, earth, and hell in one. And his salvation is a much more personal problem than he realized. Getting out of this Holocaust, this American torture, this so-called Illuminati ass whipping is a personal problem. You need to stop worrying about these black people, which is really a generic term. What I say is, now let me be clear for you niggas misunderstand a direct quote, which could be because you're too stupid to get it. So let me explain that slow. This idea of saving kids and saving black people is generic because you cannot put your finger on the kids you're going to save. They become a concept. We must save the kids. But yeah, how many kids are you saving? And if you're out saying, well, I saved Ted and John and Bill and Bob, excellent. Those are the kids that you were supposed to save. But the generic blanket sweep of the kids do not exist. Do not exist. You cannot save the kids. You can save some kids. You can save your kids. You can save kids in your circle. Am I for that? Abso-fucking-lutely, you silly monkeys. Every kid that you can save, I enjoy and love the death out of kids as a concept. My kids, they're giving me the hell in the world. In all the rest of the shit that goes with raising a human kid. But each time, in each opportunity, I get to teach them, raise them up, guide them. Each time they ask for a spark of information, not only do I feed that spark, I try to create a motherfucking forest wildfire for their ass. Of course you do that for every kid that you can affect. All the kids in this neighborhood call me Mr. Panic. You understand what I'm saying? And there are many. There are many. My son and them have many friends who I've seen grow up, who I've helped change their lives, spoke to them, taught them, and all the rest of that shit. Those are kids I'm dealing with. But this idea of the kids, where you go into places, and unless that's your job, if you're a speaker that talks to many kids, then so be it. But you know that you may inspire them in a lecture, but you know that shit don't even work. So we're talking about this generic of helping black people, and black people need to do this, and black people need to do that. Okay, if you're a human, there are humans who came here to do that. Jesse Jackson and them, they came here to do that. Tavis Smiley came to do that. Cornel West came to do that. Get what I'm saying? To talk and help the black people. But they are Christians. So conscious people doing what Christians does tells the real story is your ass is still a fucking Christian. You just say the word Kundalini and melanin. So what you understand, with conscious thought comes the responsibility of reordering how you even think about everything, not just white people, and they from the caves now. It's how you even think about so-called black people and how you need to help them. You get what I'm saying? There's no such thing. Why? Because man is heaven, earth, and hell in one. Therefore, you can't help nobody who's living in a hell in their own fucking mind. They need to realize heaven is within. The kingdom of heaven is within. For they can even change themselves. The same way the lady goes, I'm tired, I don't want this nigga to beat me no more. They either find another nigga who's beating their ass, or they vow that a man will never beat their ass again, and he never will, because they find that form of heaven or light within themselves. It has nothing to do with the man outside of them. He's the only motherfucker they attracted because of something that's in them. Until they let that go, that's when it's gone. And I'm saying they may attract it because their father was doing it, their father was a bad guy, their uncle did this, or he did that, or shouldn't have done that. I'm not taking away from or taking any compassion out of their plight. But we still do know, no matter how you slice it, it's only up to them when they need it or want it to stop or get it to stop. So, if the heaven and hell is in the kid, first of all, you can't change the fucking destiny of your kid unless they decide that's who they're going to be. Most kids are born with a disposition, and you really can only enhance their disposition. I have 2 stepsons, and they have 2 different dispositions. I have to deal with them absolutely differently. One will cry, and the other will say, fuck you, Panic, if we're saying the same thing. So I have to say one thing to them differently in different ways, because they have a different disposition, which is creating a heaven or hell within them. You enhance it or you destroy it by being arrogant and saying, my way or the highway. Your ass is grass. You do it this way or not. You have to work with your kids. White people at the fundamental level still kind of know this. They don't know how to do it good, but that's why when we sitting around saying, I wouldn't be in Walmart while you hear white people, Mommy, give me the cookies now, bitch. Yeah, here's the cookies. Mommy, shut the fuck up. I'm going to my room. Okay. Why are they not beefing? Well, they don't know how to curb that. But what they do understand is, if they're giving this child whatever he wants as a child, this child creates this heaven in him. Or we're going to call it heaven for now. Because when this white boy grows up, it really only amounts to an arrogance in him. That's why the white boy walks around this motherfucker like he owns the world. Because his dumbass fucking mother just let him do whatever the fuck he wanted to do. Black people, on the other hand, knew how to balance this with forms of discipline. That was in a lot of cultures. So rites of passage, routines, culture, systems, traditions. What that did was cultivate them where you still feel that you could take over the world, but you had the discipline to respect others while you did this. So you felt it was about you, but you also knew these others were equal to you and they had the same plight. Therefore, you can respect and balance it. Now you have these white women just giving their sons anything they want on a fundamental level because they think they're trying to create a heaven on them, because the only heaven they do have is on earth. But it's really just building up the arrogance in the white race that you see. This I am better than you. The dumbest white person thinks they're better than your black ass no matter what you've accomplished. You know what I'm saying? In fact, like Bobby Hemmett pointed out, even in the time when they made the movie Guess Who's Coming to Dinner, Sidney Poitier was a doctor. They never even said what the white bitch was that he was going to her house for dinner with. So she was able to date him, and she wasn't shit, but he was a doctor, a PhD, and all the rest of the shit he had going on. So that he had to be on that level just to date the lowliest white motherfucker. You get what I'm saying? That's that arrogance in them, because it's built into their chakra system, their emotional system, when they're young, by their mother letting them do anything. Fuck you, Mom, you're a bitch. Now make me some macaroni. Yes, baby. Because this is built into them, and it turns out to be arrogant. So the same thing with us, this heaven and hell is built in us, our disposition. So hell is, so you had, let's say you're a woman, you had this uncle that was inappropriate. Hell is built into you. You spend the rest of your life dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? Your father told you wasn't shit and you ain't a real man, so you spend the rest of your life dealing with that shit in your hell. Then you had your mother and your parents. They were good folks. They supported you. Heaven's in you. You know what I'm saying? Heaven. So, but as I was getting back to the main point, it's much more of a personal problem than people realizes, than he realizes, man realizes. And when they say it's a personal problem, that's what I was talking about when I said it's not about the kids or the black people. I see more conscious people spending on time what we need to do with people. And see, now Bobby Hemmett was telling your ass, you need to let the dead lay with the dead. Don't cast pearl to swine, which is another way of saying you shouldn't focus your energy on raising up dead people or the black race. That's something you learn early on. In fact, that's something Martin Luther King was teaching, and we know Martin Luther King was raised up by the government agenda. So the government agenda was to get you to march as a people, to unify as a people. Why? Because they know the real thing they want to distract you from was understanding that this was a personal problem. And this was also reinforced by cultures, African cultures. So when we see African cultures, it takes a nation it takes a village to raise a child, and each one teach one, and all of this kind of shit. We try to duplicate that mentality in America, where America is built on everyone going for themselves. This is a what do you call it? Not communist. I don't know why this word is escaping me. Capitalist society. In a capitalist, it means every man for himself. So you niggas are way left behind talking about we in the village in a capitalist fucking society. Now we need to understand the true meaning of the village, so you niggas don't misunderstand what I'm talking about here. So I'm not just shitting on it blindly. The real meaning of the village in the culture, in the traditions, was because this mentality was mimicking what they call the quantum mentality. In the quantum world, there's no disconnectedness. Everything is connected. The string theory. Okay? So now we were living like quantum beings in the physical world for the spiritual aspect of the culture and quantum. Okay. The spiritual aspect of living in this culturalistic way was more important, but we still recognize our individualism as well. We worked towards a unit, but everything was conducive to that lifestyle. You're in America now. You're in America now. That's grits, dummy. And what that means is you're in a capitalistic society trying to do village and culturalistic shit. They're going to clash. Can you score? Can you have some victories being a culturalistic mentality? Abso-fucking-lutely. But ultimately, something's going to conflict because the nature of the beast in which you live in is every man for themselves. Come on, man. Y'all got to get this shit together with your regular thinking. With your regular thinking. So when you understand the occult understanding, you're dealing with a personal problem. The left-hand path is dealing with a personal problem that you realize. So, ironically, to really seal this in, if you still think I'm talking about, well, the kids and the babies and the black people and the black grandmothers and panic ain't right with that, let me be clear on this. When I felt and took on my personal problem of transformation, ironically, I've helped more black people than your fucking preaching ass on Facebook. So me being conscious and dealing with my personal problems, I get more emails from the black people, the black community, and the kids too, 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, and all of them email me as well and say, goddamn Panic, you have changed my life more than anybody on this planet, including my motherfucking parents. So ironically, if you become conscious and deal with your personal problems, that goal of helping the babies and helping the black people and the grandmothers and all of that shit will actually manifest even more when you're not even trying. That dumb idea of trying is nothing, as I pointed out earlier, but your conscious mind in a fucking argument. So how are we going to do it? We need to put more sandwiches in the lunch boxes. No, we need to stop feeding them peanut butter. That's what you're doing all fucking day, not getting nothing done. When you become conscious and become that light, the light that you emanate, that sun that you emanate, people start to crowd around you. So if I didn't have people, or I didn't know that I was emanating this sun, the mere fact that I attract so many people tells me that that sun or that light is emanating in me. And I don't give a fuck what you say. You cannot deny that. Your conscious mind, well, Panic curse too much. Well, Panic be playing on Facebook. Well, Panic be doing that. But now you need to explain why so many motherfuckers is connected to this motherfucking message if I wasn't spewing some form of light. And that's the shit you say in your lectures. Okay, moving right along. For all you deep niggas. Pythagoras said, the body of God is composed of the substance of light. Where light is, God is. Let me say that again. Where light is, God is. Where light is, God is. And like I said, I know I'm spewing light. So I know when I say I'm God, it's not a fucking theory. It's not a fucking theory. And when I say you God, I don't feel it's a theory. So you can tap into that. You don't need to call yourself God for a form of self-esteem. You need to deal with the light, because the light you're dealing with is God. And I teach that in my class. That's the first class we deal with, is start dealing with light, spirits, what spirit is, and why spirit was left, and why mythology was left, to explain to you the science of different forms of light, how it interacts, and how to access that light. That's what's taught to you in my class. Because the first step is to access the light, to even be dealing with the body of God, before you can even really call yourself a God, because you changed your name to Ptah, Ra, Amun, El Bay, Mayat, Yemen, Ya, Oshun, Arset. That ain't doing shit, nigga. I'm going to tell you that now. That ain't doing shit. When you deal with light is when you could claim those names as forms of those names. I could claim all those names because I dealt with those forms of light left behind in a detailed description of the deity or the mythology. I can decode that, which I teach you how to do through symbolism. I teach you how to do this in my class. I want you to be like me, nigga. I don't want to be the onlyest motherfucker or the only few motherfuckers walking around giving each other high fives on what we know. I want all y'all niggas to know some shit, to realize some shit, to have that aha moment of intelligence. And remember, intelligence is nothing but spirit masquerading around as such. And I want y'all all to have it. I teach this shit. I don't teach lectures. I teach how to do it. You know what I'm saying? That's why you want to be in this class. You want to learn how to do this. You know what I'm saying? So where light is, God is. He who worships light worships God. He who serves light serves God. The true motherfucker is serving light. That's why Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Or what? The light of God. The Son is the light. So Jesus Christ, the Son of man, is the light of man. Or the light of man is Kundalini, or your soul. Come on, niggas. You're going to get it today. Today is the day you niggas is going to get it. Tired of this shit. I'm just tired, nigga. Grits, dummy. In doing so, they become not sun worshippers, but worshippers of God, as he manifests himself through the light. So, yet again, the Kamites were not sun worshippers, they were light worshippers, because light is God. And the sun represents the light of God. I don't need to say that no more. You know what I'm saying? You should have that by now. The fire philosophers worship three lights: the light of the sun, the light of earth, and the light of the soul. So the light of the sun, of course, is that invisible light, or that intelligent light. The light of earth is Kundalini light, and the light of the soul is what do you call it? Like the face of God, or that limitless light, or the light that's hidden behind the veil, or the source. See, they call the soul the divine spark. So it's the little cup of water that connects the big cup of water, of the ocean. The water in the cup is no different from the water in the ocean. They tell you that it's just contained in the cup. So your soul is just contained in this cup called the human body, but is of that divine source. One form of light. The other form of light is, of course, Kundalini, and then intelligent light, or if you want to call it that. All right. To the Gnostics, Christ was a colorless divine light which assumed the form of radiant splendor or truth. So that light is also the truth. The Gnostics call the light the truth. And they call Jesus what? The truth. That Jesus, he's the truth. They said that in, they pointed that out in the movie He Got Game. He said, son, do you know why I named you Jesus? He said, after Jesus. He said, no, I named you Jesus because they was calling, I'm not a sports fan, I don't even remember, but there was a basketball, I think it was Magic Johnson. He said, and they used to call, I don't know who it was, or Earl of Pearl, I think it was. And they said Earl of Pearl was called the Black Jesus. He said, why they call Earl of Pearl the Black Jesus? Because he was the truth, son. And remember, Jesus is the light of the world. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. And the light is God. The light is the truth, or splendor, as the Gnostics call it. In The Secret Society of the Ages, Charles W. Hepthorne gives an old Kabbalistic legend connecting the relations of the early, Masonry with the worship of fire. So even the early Masons was a fire worshiping group, which we know is just the light. You know what I'm saying? According to the legend, according to the legend, Hiram Abiff was the descendant of Adam or Jehovah, as were the sons of Seth, but were born of a nobler race. For in the blood ran the fire of Samuel. Okay, so they're saying descendants of Adam or Jehovah, as were the sons of Seth. They were born from a nobler race. And when they say a nobler race, meaning the Elohim or the higher form, or actually the gods. So now you have these earthlings, us, which were born from a higher race. So now we're human, but we come from a higher race. And they're calling it the sons of Seth. But born, for the blood ran the fire of Samuel, which is consciousness in the blood, one of the Elohim. Further, there are two kinds of people in the world. Those with aspirations and those without. Now, we now think aspirations is our physical gifts or physical plight. You know what I'm saying? Bigger house. And so now you say, well, I'm conscious. I don't want what Puff Daddy and Kanye West want. I'm beyond that planet. But your aspirations to save the black race, to teach the black race, to save the black babies, is the same fucked up ass aspirations as Puff Daddy, just less obviously material. But you're still trying to get material gains. So there's those with, where was I at? Those with aspirations and those without. Those with aspirations are the son of Seth, true children of the earth, who cling to their parents with tendency, and the key word of them is their earthliness. Their earthliness. So now you've heard me say before, you got to get past your humanity. You heard Bobby say it. You've seen it in all their code books. Get past humanity. Humanity is the evil. At least conscious people say, when I die, I'm not coming back no more, and I can't wait till this earth shit is over. Because at least at the first, you think, most of you, that you lost your aspirations. But that's really what that means. To really get past earth, you have to lose your aspirations. We just think they're physical aspirations in the context of sneakers and bigger houses, but the aspirations for black people are overcome. Bobby Hemmitt did a lecture actually on Blog Talk where he talked about, it was called Glamour, in a book he was reading, that people are stuck on what they call glamour. And glamour is not just glamorous things, it's the need, these things that even as conscious people have fall into as our agenda. We need to get rid of money and use gold. We need to live off the wilderness. We need to move into that zone where they don't have this in the air and the chemtrails. These are still admirations, and those are called, or the key word, earthliness or earthliness. So you're still dealing with earth. As much as you say you don't want to be here, because you're still doing that, you're telling me a goddamn lie. You do want to be here. Because when you die, all you have is your mind and the need or the feeling that you didn't overcome. Black people didn't do this. White people are still on earth. White people dropping chemtrail. You want to stop vaccinations. You want to start burying real seeds and stop using chemicals, and GMO food must go. You want the black mothers to feel like queens. You want to move back to Africa and do this. You want to raise up fucking more pyramids and make everybody believe the pyramids is yours. Those are your fucking aspirations. You just think you better because you don't want sneakers and the shit that Nicki Minaj wants. So now you think you better. I took the chemical out my hair. I'm that bitch now. No. You still got them same fucked up ass aspirations. And you still hope the kids go to fucking college to learn. There was some girl ranting on YouTube and just one of the random black people need to go to these colleges and do this and do that. And all these conscious people, oh, I like that, like. I'm sitting there, she's sitting there going to college, and college ain't nothing but training for your fucking slavery to get a job. Ain't no fucking education in college. This is Conscious Thought 101. These niggas is showing how much you don't know in this social network. And you think you're showing how much you do know by putting up these fucking fancy snitches about what cinnamon could do if you take it 3 weeks with pineapple for your fucking cold or whatever the fuck. And I'm like sitting there like, niggas is not even in this mix right. You know what I'm saying? Alright, there's another race who are the sons of fire or the sons of light. Fire does mean light and enlightenment. That's when, the symbol of the caveman finding fire was the beginning of enlightenment. And that's why the white man finding fire was representative of him finding Kundalini, which really didn't happen, but it's showing their quest for fire is the quest for Kundalini energy or fire enlightenment. So it's symbolic of them saying we were the caveman or the animal man. As soon as we found Kundalini, that's when the shit start popping, player. You know what I'm saying? We got off from Caucasus, got on them boats, learned how to eat dinner from the Moors, learned how to balance a book on our head and chop off our tail. Now we in America, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Doing the achy breaky. Got my achy breaky hard. Because they found fire. Now they doing the achy breaky. So there's another race, the sons of fire, for they're descendants of Samuel. Remember, Samuel's Elohim. So he's saying they're descendants of, and Samuel represents fire in the angelic pantheon. He's the devil too, if I remember. Samuel is the devil, I believe, or Lucifer. These flame-born sons, or Kundalini sons, were ever fired with ambition and aspiration. They are builders of cities and raisers of monuments, conquerors of worlds, and pioneers and workers of metals, which is alchemy, true sons of the eternal flame. The eternal flame is the Kundalini or your soul. Jehovah does not answer any of their prayers, for they are sons of another star. Jehovah does not answer any of your prayers because they are sons of a different star. So, as I pointed out earlier, all these niggas trying to tell me how profound it is when they're praying, guess what? That's why that shit don't work. Because once you become conscious and raise this up, you become a son of a different star. Oh God, niggas need to hear this. You are no longer the son of that star out there anymore. Again, let me be clear. It's fine to be a son of that star if that's a certain level and you can do things with that physical sun as a star. But when you become conscious, you are no longer the son of that star. Jehovah, that God that most niggas worship outside as the son, oh, the sun, thank you, does not answer their prayers, for they are sons of another star. You are now become the sons of another star. Your pineal gland. I cannot urge you and niggas enough to smoke that panic pack. And if you're too pussy to smoke it, you can use it as a tea for you sensitive Negroes out there. You can teaify that panic pack. It's very cheap, very organic. The combination is what works, and it's been working for like 5-6 years. This is old hat. If you're not dealing with this, you need to get one. And if yours ain't work correctly, you need to understand what you understand today and smoke it again. It is so important. You ain't got nothing better to fucking do. There's nothing you can do that's better. Nothing you can do that's better. What, you got a cookout going on later? You know what I'm saying? Come on now. What's better than opening up your fucking third eye? Become that son. Become the true God that you keep claiming that you are, Mr. fucking Patar Johnson, Mayat, Stephanie Jones. You know what I'm saying? Become the real fucking Mayat. You know what I'm saying? Or the real realization of fucking Mayat. The highest of all occult orders, which exists only in the linear world, is called the Order of Melchizedek. Although among certain nations it has other names, this order, composed entirely of graduates of other mystery schools who have actually reached the point where they can give birth to their parents' selves out of their own nature. Out of their own nature. Ooh! Listen closely. Because I'm going to get into the Order of Melchizedek, but that statement is so profound. You can give birth to your parent selves out of your own nature. Remember when I told you I have given birth to niggas' consciousness, but with the expectations of them being greater than me, like your parents. When Jesus said, you can do what I can do, but greater, he's telling you or describing you as a parent, but being birthed out of his nature. See what I'm saying? I used to listen to myself and be like, oh man, you curse. People ask, can you do lecture about curse? I'm like, oh, absolutely. I said, but I'm being natural. So my brother Shabazz of Eye Opener Production, I'm saying, yeah, I listen to myself. I curse. All these old ladies are coming up to me now and saying panic. And I feel embarrassed because I would never curse in front of my grandmother or my mother, even though she allowed me to. It was very sparingly that I would curse in front of her or my father. I felt bad if I did it. So when these elders are coming up to me, I'm feeling embarrassed. And I even say to them, I'm sorry for the cursing, and they'll be like, shit, nigga, motherfucker, you crazy? Me and this bitch be listening to you. I'm like, damn. So I was telling Shabazz about it. I'm like, damn, I do all this cursing. He's like, actually, that's how you talk even if we were standing outside on the corner. He said the greatest part about it is that's not you. That's, in other words, your nature. And I was like, actually, really, beyond old people or elders, if I was sitting there talking to my sister, I'd be like, bitch, nigga, shit, fuck, nigga, snot, nigga, fuck. And we'll just be talking about, you know what I'm saying, going to get some Chinese food or some kind of shit. And that's how I naturally am. So, when you hear that in these mystery schools, the graduates of mystery schools have actually reached the point where they can give birth to their parent selves. And we're talking about parent selves. People who go further. See, somebody's supposed to go further than me. See, let's say I teach everything I had to teach and my time is over for this. Out of my learning, or out of my teaching, the people who supposedly adapted my teaching are not supposed to be on the level of me. They're supposed to go beyond me. You feel what I'm saying? Beyond what the fuck I'm talking about. Because that's me giving birth to my parent self. Not as they're older than me, but the evolution of me. So I'm supposed to be childlike compared to the next level, if I even think there's a next level, because I hope this shit ends soon. But compared to the next level, I'm supposed to be childlike. Compared to, out of my nature comes my parent self. Or the next generation of scientists that have adapted the shit that I've said and added some new shit, new alchemy, new evolution. You understand what I'm saying? So, out of the graduates of the mystery school, which you niggas are now in my mystery school, by listening to me, have actually reached the point where they can give birth to their present selves out of their own nature. So I'm my parent self out of my own nature. So out of the nature of what I am. And this is what I am. Fuck snot, fuck filth, flaring, fuck boogers. You're going to get that. You know what I'm saying? And if you can't get past that, then that's a guarantee. The message that lies in between all the fucking snots and anals is not for you. In fact, I got spiritually, I'm supposed to curse that much. Because the people who ain't supposed to, that this message is too dangerous for them to hear, they'll only hear the curses and they go, well, he's not for me. I need to go elsewhere. to Wayne Dyer and the rest of these motherfuckers. You ain't ready for that because the cursing is what's keeping your punk ass out. Please believe that. Or, let me retract that, your sensitivity training ass out. And in mine, there's a lot of people who said, Pat, I couldn't get with you. I heard so much cursing, but I stuck with it. And goddamn, I didn't realize that you was putting down so much information over a certain amount of time and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. So they basically got past the cursing because spiritually, their spirit was calling them past what is not even really cursing. Because Bobby already broke down. Cursing is the only cursing is saying, I damn you. That's the only curse you're really saying when you say damn. All that fuck, snot, and filth. See, because if I said mighty comb, snot, culo, bicho, and all the rest of that shit, puta, all them shits is Spanish and Malacca, Greek, Spanish, and is cursing. You wouldn't even shite. You wouldn't even be fucking offended. You're offended at what you've been told are bad words. Shit, fucking snot. So, yet again, an illusion. You niggas better really you put on your thinking caps right now. Put on your fucking thinking caps. Alright. The heart and the mind must be brought into perfect equilibrium before true thinking or true spirituality can be attained. The highest function of the mind is reason. The highest function of the heart is intuition. And a sensing process not necessitating normal work, intuition is a sensing process not necessitating the normal working of the mind. And reason alone is heartless. Feeling alone is mindless. But the two blended together temper justice, therefore kindness and strength. That is a part of the mayat. The heart, the feather, is thought. Oh, okay, deep niggas. Let me give you something new. The heart is weighed against the feather for balance. The heart and the mind must be together in harmony, reason and intelligence. Oh, okay, you may pass. Oh, you're too sensitive? Panic said that? Your ass gets eaten by Amit. Oh, wait a minute. You're too deep? Panic is not dropping on Baphomet in 1934 that Baphomet used to do that by the Templars by Euphrates Levy. Oh, you're reasoning too much? You get eaten by Amit. Okay, now niggas name yourself Mayat when you balance this with this. I have compassion, but I use my reasoning. That's why my reasoning tells me it's compassionate not to sit around and talk about, I'm going to save the kids. That's not real compassion. That's bullshit grandstanding, nigga, because you ain't saving nobody, and the kids is just as fucked up as they was, if not as more fucked up. You get what I'm saying? So I use my reasoning and my compassion to say to really save some kids, I need to save the fucking adults. Because if I save the fucking adults, they'll be smart enough to save their own fucking kids. Okay, your niggas gonna learn today. Put your fucking thinking cap on. Y'all niggas gonna learn today. You know what I'm saying? So another aspect, there are many aspects of this concept. I don't want to streamline things into one aspect. But one of these aspects you niggas need to understand when you get into these fucking books in the symbology, you need to be able to decode symbology. I had a nigga get on Blog Talk, was making some subliminal shot at my ass saying, well, you know, decoding movies is not really that hot. Like, what you gonna do with that? And this is a spiritualist. But let me tell this, Mr. Spiritualist, decoding movies is only practice of decoding your dreams and spirituality. Spirituality comes in symbols, which you must be a master fucking decoder to get spiritual messages. Ain't no spirit come to you and go, yeah, nigga, go mow your lawn today. No, you get the intuitive feeling to mow your lawn that might add or create a string of events that unfold something spiritually that you need that is much more big and profound. And you may not even be able to connect the motherfucking two. Or you may be able to because you are a decoder of messaging. And you need to do that. You need to code in movies are nothing but astral mimicking astral information or mimicking dreams. To be able to code them is to be able to decode dreams, to be able to decode spirit, or to be able to decode spirit, a side effect, you should be able to decode movies, and that's the importance of it. To be able to decode, and to be able to decode any of that is really key, because all of these books that you so-called like to read and tell people they need to get as a motherfucking lecture is written in code. If you don't know how to decode it, then you just reading fucking a story that you're sitting around learning new words. Yeah, alchemy, melanin, pineal, kundalini, and all this kind of dumb shit that you have, but don't know how to turn it the fuck on. And you know I know, because all you niggas who got blog talk shows who still ask me motherfucking questions in my motherfucking email. And you missed to tell everybody how to do it on Blog Talk, what they should be doing with their, cut it out. Cut it out. We've had enough. It's time to get down to business. So let me say that again. The heart represents intuition, and the brain represents reasoning. So there's another aspect of that. You'll hear people say, I don't need no books. I just know it. My melanin tells me. But you're getting intuition, spirituality, but you don't know how to reason it up here. So that means you're actually not activating it, or don't know what to do, or you sound dumb when you fucking regurgitate it. So because I have the book learnings, that gives me the ability to reason, and because I have the spiritual upbringing, the spiritual methodologies that I went through that raised up the heart, and I understand the concept of opening up the heart chakra for real, not just doing good deeds is not opening up the heart chakra alone. There's a lot of work that takes to open up the heart chakra. So just doing good deeds, talking nice about your fellow man, having a correct, not cussing, is not fucking opening up your heart chakra, and you don't get your wings and go to heaven because of that. There's a real process in the work to open up that heart chakra. And because of that, that intuition or that spirituality or that true intelligence matched with earthly reasoning, what spiritually comes through, I know how to activate, use it, and not only that, to spell it to others so they can benefit from it too. That's Mayat, my niggas. That's balance, my niggas. All you niggas naming yourself Mayat and trying to explain Mayat as fair dealing and good well-wishing and fucking change and money exchanges and changes for services and good. Yes, that is it too. That is it too. But if that's the ceiling on your understanding, guess what, nigga? Use a human. Use a human, nigga. Know what I'm saying? And you need all the fruits of your humanity. Stop fucking running around here talking about, I can't wait to die and I ain't never coming back. You fucking liar, I'll see your ass back. But I'll be sitting from my throne watching your ass this time. I ain't coming back down here to teach no more motherfuckers. Now that we have recording devices, I left my work. You need to refer to this kind of shit, because Panic is going back to his motherfucking throne with Khadijah, and we will rule our fucking reality from our star system. You niggas could have at it down here talking about my yacht is reciprocity, and that means if a man kills your cow, you need to reinforce that cow with that man. I have not stolen any man's goats or raped his sheep. Thank you, Osiris, take me away. No, niggas. Y'all niggas need to understand that these mythologies, these stories have layered meanings. Layered meanings. Y'all still dealing with the Sunday school church level of the meaning. That Jonah was swallowed in a whale for 3 days. Oh, a big fish. Well, the fish is the Vesica Pisces, the Christ energy. 3 days is the days of resurrection. And so you're just talking about Jonah getting swallowed through the Vesica Pisces, going through a gateway. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But that's not they're not teaching that in Sunday school. They're teaching you the human version. The same way you have the human interpretation of Mayat. My name is Mayat. Why? Because I got 2 titties, basically. Come on now. No, they're talking about universal balance. And they're talking about balance on many different levels. Your heart with the thought, which is your feather. That's why you have feathers. Native Americans put feathers where? In the head, nigga. In the head. And Aleem showed in his book which is called First World Order as well. You can get it from Dr. Lean. That this is an African tradition. In Africa, the feathers in the head. You get what I'm saying? The snake on your feet representing the Kundalini energy. Feathers in the head, divinity. This is the feather as well, weighed against the heart. Does it balance? Huh, niggas? Mr. Mayat all day. I'm Mayat. Why? Because I have a Facebook page. So I'm Mayat, evidently. Alright. Equilibrium. Equilibrium. Blended together, temper justice with mercy, and kindness with strength. So kindness with strength. So I know, like Khadija said, damn, man, you're a real, people, or not just Khadija, but people, based upon just hearing my lectures, when they meet me, I noticed, I started to notice that they're like real scared, real seeing what I'm going to do. And then when they start talking to me, they're like, oh, this is regular, and they relax and we just have our regular conversation. That's because what you see is my strength, because that's what I'm displaying when I'm showing a lecture. I'm trying to speak to you people so you can see the power in what it is we are and what it is we do. But then in reality, you'll see the true kindness. Because he's like, God, man, this nigga, I can get you to do anything, you do anything. Real kind. That's because the heart and the mind works together. You understand what I'm saying? Works together. So reason is alone is heartless, feeling alone is mindless. The two blended together, temper and justice. So that the heat of my temper is balanced out with the justice that's in my heart. So you hear all that ranting and yelling, but you hear me ranting and yelling for the crusade of justice, not ranting and yelling because I'm personally, because the people that panic is always the panic. I said, oh, your niggas is confused thinking this is something that I walk around the street huffing and puffing and I'm personal. Nigga, all I do is joke, laugh. When you can go online and hear my class and see how ridiculous I am. Because I know we won already. I know we got this. We ain't got nothing to be mad about. We are the winners. We never actually lost. You're under the illusion that you lost, and you did that for yourself for the purpose of alchemy. So you'll see I'm actually a sweet guy. But if you talking dumb shit, oh no, I'm gonna tell you, kiss my motherfucking ass. You know what I'm saying? Because first of all, like I said, if you was at my house on Thanksgiving, I would never do that. Why? Because you're at my house on Thanksgiving. But remember, I don't owe that to none of y'all, because the reason you know me and you should only care is for this particular learning. Too many of y'all getting offended like on a friendship level sometimes. And I'll be like, oh, fuck that, I ain't into that, I want to hear your mixtape. Oh, Brother Panic. And I'm sitting there like, but why you don't need me as a friend. And I certainly don't need friends, because all you have to do is look at my other Facebook page, and there's 4,000 motherfuckers on there who I actually know from growing up with. So it ain't like I'm in need of a friend. We're not here for friendship. If we become friends, because some of us through our conscious relationship have become friends, fine, I'm open for that. But primarily, just because you heard me lecture don't mean you can walk and say, oh, motherfucker, you eating a turkey burger? Because you heard me say I like turkey burgers at one point. I'm like, motherfucker, I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? You feel that you know me because you've heard so much of it. So we got to remember we don't. Why don't you introduce yourself like anybody else with, hey, what's up, Panic? My name is fucking Mayat Ra Bel El Bay Kong Sekmet Nefa, and then we could spark it off from there. You know what I'm saying? Because you really don't know me personally. What you hear is me presenting our information, and it has to be presented with strength. Because I'm not going to sit here and we are the Kundalini people. I don't roll like that. This is my nature, and I expect to create my parents out of this nature. You understand what I'm saying? Nigga, this is some real order of Melchizedek shit. And I was going to point out with the order of Melchizedek, they said it's basically adepts getting together. And when the adepts got together, it became this higher order. Now that's the Bilderberger group of today. The Bilderberger group is actually a higher group than the Illuminati that you niggas is always worried about. They are, first and foremost, let's make this absolutely clear. The Illuminati consists of 13 families. And these 13 families call themselves the Illuminati based upon bloodlines. So Jay-Z could not get into the Illuminati. You have to be born into an Illuminati family, which is only a bullshit name. These were just 13 white families that got some information that's calling themselves the Illuminators of the planet while we went to sleep. But the real Illuminati is us. The real Illuminati is us. You niggas need to stop getting upset about looking at a pyramid with an eye in it on a fucking dollar bill when it's your symbol. It's you. You're the all-seeing illuminated eye, which is up here. So, which is the capstone. Now, so the Order of Melchizedek was basically when the adepts from different fields of study got together and built. Today we call it the Melanin Conference. So that's when niggas was getting together. Now, even sadder today, this order, or the gist of what we call the Melanin Conference, has now become fucking debate forums, which is anti what it is any ancient man was about. I don't know. So you need to really understand that. And you're debating things that anybody could make a case for. You get what I'm saying? So if I felt that way, I'm going to see it that way. If I felt this way, I'm going to see it this way. That's how this goes. That's your nature. You're supposed to have in this illusion, an individualistic mentality. You're going to have that. So you're always going to argue with somebody because it's coming from the conscious mind. That's why occult science deals with the subconscious mind, because it's dealing with what they call what? The unconscious collective. There's a collective, y'all going to learn today, the collective mentality called the unconscious collective, a phrase penned by Carl Jung, deals with a mindset that collectively we are all in an evolutionary process of dealing with. So when you deal with occult science, it's talking to that part that everybody has no debate with. Now, of course, how you interpret it when it comes to the conscious surface and you have to live and change your life may be different. But because you're dealing with the same issues, that becomes a small issue when you get together with other adepts who've dealt with this subconscious programming. So even though Bobby may say green bananas and Panic may say oranges, it doesn't matter. We're basking in the splendor of green bananas and oranges based upon us dealing with the same process to bring forth these fruits. So it no longer becomes a debate of green apples and oranges. It becomes a build session about green apples and about oranges because we use the same process to get it. So now you have a whole fruit basket of niggas called the Order of Melchizedek showing you the splendors of their fruits by dealing with the same process. When you debating, well, apples are better and oranges are better, or whatever, but you're not dealing with the core of any science. You're dealing with people's interpretation of shit based upon realities and embellished realities. You got to remember, you're trying to come to a reality based upon when they showed you in third grade, one person in the class tell a secret here. By the time it gets to the end of the class, is some other shit. So within the class, in the same time period, niggas can't get a fucking sentence straight. That's proven to you, all in all. She says, I went to the store. By the time it gets to the last person, feathers on the duck's ass are purple. And you're like, how did you even get there? And they showed you this in the classroom. Your teacher, as soon as a rumor goes around, the teacher goes, well, let me tell you something about rumors. So basically, when you get to the historic level, you're dealing with people who have to deal with the evidence in these levels. And they still have to interpret that. If there isn't anything written, they still have to interpret based upon the evidence. Certain shit is obvious. Well, the Egyptians must have been black. Look at all the shit they left behind. There's a bunch of niggas on the wall. You get what I'm saying? But I've gone to the Metropolitan Museum, and I've seen a bunch of white people looking at stellar reliefs, a bunch of black people, and actually looking as if they had some shit to do with the shit. So they're looking clearly at black people, but in their minds, they think the shit is theirs. They walk around, move, nigger, get out the way. I'm going to see Ptah. And you're sitting there like, God damn, can't you see this is mine? But it doesn't matter. So If they could do that right there, what do you think can happen with anybody when you're dealing with history as your main fucking source of enlightenment? No, history has its place in our conscious cipher. If you don't know where you're from, you don't know where you're going. But if that's all you got, oh my goodness gracious. Unless, now I don't want to give you one because I don't want you to think I'm shitting on Dr. Clark. These were historical scholars who went to those places not just to lecture and debate. They went to set the record straight for all black people on the planet. And trust and believe you niggas ain't doing that at all right now. You know what I'm saying? All you're doing is tearing other niggas' philosophies down in your wake. You get what I'm saying? When I seen Dr. Clark debate, he was debating white people talking that Greek shit. I don't see y'all debating them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Go find some white people and debate them. If that's what you here on the planet to do, I respect that. Well, fuck you wasting your time with each other. All y'all niggas should be going debating get some white folks. Go on YouTube like your career has started and start asking white people. Any white people want to debate my hot shit that I repeat from Dr. Ben and them? Do you want to debate that shit? Then what you need to do is come see me or whatever. They're just going back and forth with each other about nothing. Nobody get masquerading it as a lesson. The people who walk in, no one is sitting there going, you know something, now I'm enlightened. Whoever was cheering for you walks out cheering for you. Whoever was cheering for the other guy walks out cheering for the other guy. At no time does somebody go, you know something, what he said made me change my fucking mind. They're there to cheer. They're there to reinforce their belief system, which is the epitome in fucking religious behavior. The epitome of religious behavior. So I don't think we need to spend any more time on that. I'm from the order of Melchizedek, nigga. I want to get with niggas that's trying to show me the splendor of what they did. Not just all about what I do or me being the only way. Show me the light that you got, nigga. I'm down for that shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't show me some fucking opinion you got quoting some shit that I can read my fucking self. As long as you niggas know how to read, you shouldn't have to let a nigga just repeat some shit that you can read yourself. They should be able to build upon what it is they're reading. Become the parents of somebody else's nature. Y'all gonna learn today, goddammit. The spirit is neither male or female, but both an androgynous entity. The perfected manifestation of this androgyny is spirit and must in thought of as an androgynous body. Now, that androgyny is the true Mayat. Mayat is married to Tahuti. Tahuti represents what? Reasoning. The feather. He's the quill pen with the feather. Oh shit! Your heart should be weighed as a feather, and Tahuti is represented as the feather or the quill pen that writes. Oh shit! And his wife is Ma'at, which is the winged Isis, which is nothing more than the heart, the open heart. Hello. Okay, you heard there's healing between the wings, right? So when your fat mother gives you that hug, and that's my mama, she's opening up her wings, giving you a hug, which is Ma'at too, nigga. Your heart is separated down the middle, left and right. Mayat, nigga. So Mayat, the heart, and the feather, the quill. Okay, y'all gonna learn this shit today. I don't know what the fuck y'all been doing before, but today you niggas is gonna learn. Alright, so that's the androgyny. And what you truly are is androgyny, that spiritual being. So man and woman is a later day state. So we need to get past that shit, and I don't want to go into a whole bunch of that bullshit. Understanding will mature, and there will be a depth of broadness which cannot manifest through either male or female organism alone. So when you balance out this and this, they're talking about you cannot be, how could you say, you go to another level, which you can't reach when this is separated. What's the heart? Emotion, right? Feminine. What's the brain? Thought. The man is the thinker, the left brain thinker. He's the thought. Masculine, feminine, together, balance, marriage, mayat. Okay, niggas, is it becoming clear now? So, when you be able to balance, as I pointed out, reason, thought, justice, and strength, and all the rest of these things, balance the reasoning with your spirituality. Because, panic, I can't be as spiritual and panic as spiritual. No, motherfucker, I balance it out with reason, nigga. We need to eat motherfucking Fruit Loops and shit in this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? We got a gas bill in this motherfucker. Then when the gas bill come, I just meditate, nigga. We got to figure out, I got to get that panic pack money up, nigga. That's how I pay the bills. So with that being said, you can't just be one way or the other. You can't be so fucking spiritual or so intellectual. You balance both of them out. And once you balance both your spirituality out, or the right brain, left brain, that's the same concept, right brain, left brain, spirituality with the thought, what's happening is you go to a whole different level. On Earth, it's an androgynous connection. It's the masculine and feminine coming together. It's the divine marriage within you. The alchemical marriage, they call it. Alchemical marriage. All right. This is the alchemy. It's possible to see with the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet. In fact, ultimately, man will see with all parts of the body. A symbol of the ultimate condition was preserved in Egyptian mysteries by the figure of Osiris, who was often shown sitting on the throne, with his entire body composed of eyes. So you'll see in some of the hieroglyphs Osiris having his body composed of eyes all over. That's, as I talked about, when the blood is turned from water to wine, your whole entire body becomes a spiritual vessel, i.e. it can see, because sight represents spiritual vision, third eye being the most obvious. And as I told you about in the book Psychomancy, they teach you how to activate the senses, where the eyes are in the hands and the eyes are in all the senses, super senses. So that's what they're talking about there. Some of the Japanese jujitsu artists are acquainted with the secret science of these mysterious nerve centers. Although this knowledge has been concealed from the majority of Japanese wrestlers, there's a chart in Japan which shows the exact location of these sacred centers. The slightest pressure upon a certain point in them will paralyze the entire body. Absolutely true. There was a sister in Philly who was into foot worshiping, and I had no idea this shit existed until she was telling me about this whole world of niggas who worship feet. She gives foot parties where her and a crew of bitches will come in and their feet is all duded up and dressed it up. Niggas come in and pay a certain amount to do certain shit to their feet. Of course, $100 is the big one, to jerk off on the feet, or them getting jerked off by the foot. She was putting me up on this whole world of foot bitches, she would call them. But she also told me about this massage therapists that know how to manipulate the feet for different, well, of course, everything in the soles of the feet. That's why they call the feet the soul of your feet, because everything in the feet is connected to every point in your body. So you can manipulate the feet in the form of acupressure and acupuncture to manipulate different parts of the body. And so she said there's a point that you can manipulate the feet and paralyze the motherfucker. She said this nigga used to just do it all the time and did it to her. Boom, 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 caught her feet. She was in the chair for half an hour stuck. But she said when she came out of that motherfucker, she never felt that form of relaxation since she was a child. You know what I'm saying? So she said this is in Japan, but these motherfuckers forgot like everything else. And really you only forget because your thought is elsewhere. For instance, you got to think about it like this. Like you may remember you may have 10 things to remember, but forget one of them. You usually forget the least important thing to you. It may not be least important in the world, but it becomes least important to you. So the more physical we became, the more suffering we became, the more human we became, the mystical stuff became more forgotten because it became least important. became more important was the everyday trying to figure out how to eat some bananas and shit, and where's a good place to take a dump at. You know what I'm saying? Corrective ways to wipe your ass. So the more humans we got, the more mystical shit we forget. So I understand it takes time when I'm saying you need to do this and you need to do that, because you're ensconced in your human life. All right. Where was I? Okay, good. All right, blah, 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 blah. All right, blah, 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 blah. All right, it's impossible to secure pictures in India showing a meditating yoga with these flower centers along the spine connected by what they call the three nagas. The three nagas. Or the three nails that was used for crucifixion, 2 in Jesus' hand, and then his feet were crossed and 1 in the feet. Those 3 nails are 3 nerve centers along your spine. In the caduceus, the snakes cross at these 3 nerve centers. They're telling you in your spine, these 3 nerve centers need to be activated for Kundalini to rise to the pineal for the wings, lunation. Yeah, get it, niggas. Now you're gonna get it today. Your niggas gonna get it today. So they said you could actually see these centers called the 3 nagas, or the serpent gods, which represent the divisions along the spinal cord. The caduceus of Hermes shows the 2 serpents wound around the central staff, where they vibrate at a sharp and flat notes around the central stem. All right, you niggas need to get that. So now these 3, there are, you can get detailed breakdowns of the spinal column, how many vertebrae and all of that. You can find that online. And certain vertebrae actually connect. There's one at the sternum, I believe it's called, at the base of your spine. There's 5 bones that now is considered one. It's under the kidneys. The lotus blossoms are ornamented with these figures of the gods, for all the deities of the Brahmin pantheon are related to the nervous centers in the human body. And the proclivities which they demonstrate mythologically are symbolic of activities within the nature of man. So the Brahmic deities are trying to explain process of your body. So that whole pantheon of deities are telling you about, which we know all of them actually do, to pertain to processes in your body's nerve centers. So their shortcomings, telling you the symbolic of the shortcomings of the nerves or the energy centers, or their or how they interplay in terms of consort or enemy in the mythology, or their victories, tell you how you activate and get them in their full potential in the body. So once you know that, when you read this mythology, you have a better goal of trying to activate it. See, Shiva is the pineal gland. So Shiva, as the pineal gland, when you hear his story, it's all pineal. He used to live in the mountains. He used to always stay high, smoke hemp. He's the ultimate bachelor, lived alone until Shakti came and married him. Shakti basically represents the spine, or the spine, the lower Kundalini. So when he was sleeping until Shakti comes and hits him, the same way your Kundalini comes up, hits the 3rd ventricle, then hits the pineal and pituitary gland, boom, Shiva's awake. Shiva marries, in one of the mythologies, Sati, but they eventually die or go back to the spirit world. They become the Yoni and the Linga. What does that mean? They was up here, and now they Kundalini lowered. They become dick and balls, the root chakra. All right. Another one, he's married to Parvati. Parvati comes from the mountain as well. She comes from the Himalayas. But when she marries, she balances them out. She makes him the ultimate husband, the ultimate regular dude, kind of what Khadijah did. Well, that's the pituitary gland, which we're going to get into, which sits next to the pineal gland, which radiates light that activates the pineal gland or balances out the pineal gland. So that's pituitary is Parvati. You know what I'm saying? When he marries Kali, that represents the destructive side of the Kundalini energy. Kali destroys humanity. She destroys, so Kali represents rising Kundalini energy. That's why her tongue is out. It represents unlimited power. So she's destroying this bloody wrath and going all through it. Then it stops when Shiva lays his body down in front of her. Or it stops, the Kundalini energy stops, when melanin stops when it hits the pineal gland. So they're telling you about all this shit within inside of you. And that's just with Shiva. You know what I'm saying? Come on, niggas. Niggas, come on, nigga. Nigga, come on. Alright, so the spinal column is a chain of 33 segments divided into 5 groups. The cervical or the neck vertebrae, 7 in number. The dorsal or vertebrae, which there are 12, 1 for each rib. 3, the lumbar vertebrae, 5 in number. 4, the sacrum, 5 segments fused into 1 bone. And 5, the occiput or cocoxal, 4 segments considered as 1. The 9 segments of the sacrum and cocoxal, are passed by 10 formina, through which pass the roots of the tree of life. 9 is the sacred number of man, and there is a great mystery concealed in the sacrum and the I keep fucking up this word. COCCYX, cocuix or something like that. Whatever. This bone. Part of the body that part of the body from the kidneys downwards is called in early Kabbalistic the land of Egypt, and into where the children of Israel were taken for captivity. So what they're telling you is, because there's many ways to interpret that story, but in this particular interpretation, they're telling you below that bone, that last bone, is actually the land of captivity, where, in other words, where your Kundalini energy is in bondage. You get what I'm saying? So they were taken towards captivity out of Egypt. The illuminated mind. So coming out of Egypt is that Moses, who first takes a trip to the mountain, then comes back and gets his people. Or osmosis, which means to, osmosis means, when it's, if I open a bottle of perfume through osmosis is why you smell it, because it's escaping. And so Moses, of that same etymology in the name, the illuminated mind, as his name signifies, led the tribes of Israel to 12 facilities, raising the brazen serpents of the wilderness, upon the symbol of the cross. So you had a staff that was a snake, symbol of the cross, which was none but man, or the Kundalini energy. So that's another telling of. So there was no Jewish people who built no pyramids, no fucking way. Even white Egyptologists has thrown that bullshit out the door now. So that's not even something that they even try to historically back up. So it's a fantasy, it's a symbolic story. That's just one telling of it. Aline tells another story of it, and it's also a Kundalini story, parting of the Red Sea, parting of the heart chakra, and all this kind of stuff. It's the same Kundalini energy rising. So the land of Egypt too is also in a context, in terms of the context of it being a place of bondage, not in terms of what we know it as in a physical sense, in the story form of it being a place of bondage for the Israelites, which is nothing but your Kundalini energy being stuck in the lower portions of your bowels. All right. Keep going. I've been talking for 3 hours and 37 seconds without a sip of water. Oh, the mysticals of Kundalini. Alright, so this is also told in the legend of Parsifal for the castle of Killingslaw, the evil magician. This is from King Arthur mythology. Located at the front of the mountain in the midst of the Garden of Illusion, is just merely because in it they talk about the Garden of Illusion located at the foot of the mountain. They're talking about the Garden of Illusion is your lower self, the foot of the mountain, top of the mountain is your pineal, so at the base has to be what? Where your Kundalini rests, the energy, your lower self, the root chakra, earth or hell. And it's also called the land of illusion. The land of illusion. The evil magician located at the foot of the mountain in the land of the illusion is merely a symbol of Babylon and the land of darkness, where all too often the Son of God is tempered to sacrifice his immortality. So you're sacrificing your immortality when you don't raise Kundalini. To be immortal, you have to raise the Kundalini, enlightenment, and all the stuff we talked about. So you sacrifice it when you do absolutely nothing. Here also the false, and it's called also the false light, is chained for thousands of years and related and this is related in a poem by Milton. Actually, John Milton is a poet. He did a poem called Paradise Lost. He was 1608 to 1674. So John Milton in Paradise Lost wrote, concerning the descent of spirit of fire down the spine into a place of darkness, Milton says, him the almighty power hurled down headlong flaming from the etherical sky with hideous ruin and combustion down to a bottomless perdition there to dwell in the chains of the penal fire. So they're basically talking about you falling into hell, or Lucifer falling into heaven, or your Kundalini in your root chakra. Before you get, you don't even have to get into all that. It's just talking about if you ain't raising up this energy into true light or dealing with the science of light, player, you fucking up. This is the understanding of the world. As I told you in the beginning, none of this shit is really hidden. It's in your face. It's only hidden based upon your motherfucking ignorance. And your ignorance, I don't blame you because you were trained into the shit. With your Christian-ass parents and all the rest of that goddamn shit going on in the world. So I don't blame your ignorance. I only blame you remaining ignorance, which is only means to ignore what the fuck I've been saying, what I'm saying to you now in these last 3 hours and 41, 2, 3 minutes and 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds, nigga. All of this tells you if you ignore this, then you're the true evil, and you're only doing this evil to yourself. The dwelling place of false light to differentiate it from true light, which shines through the regions of they call it Sakhamayam, Sakhamayam, one of those Hindu words, which means the head. Between these lies the length of between these two places lies the length of the spinal cord, a rope connecting the arc and the anchor. So they look at the bottom of you is the anchor and the top of you is the arc. You get what I'm saying? So they're saying the space between true light or the difference between true light and this illusionary light, or the dwelling place of darkness or false light, let's say that. And true light is your spine. That's the difference between the two places. Your lower Kundalini versus your higher Kundalini. If you niggas don't get it by now, that's all you really trying to do. All that other erroneous shit that you're trying to do, throw it out the window. You're doing one thing, raising Kundalini. So that's why I served you one thing successfully. That pack does that. That's what it does. It helps raise Kundalini and gives it a termination point. Opens up the termination point where the Kundalini no longer gets... See, what happens to most of us is Kundalini raises every night, no doubt. When it gets to the brain, what happens is it gets absorbed by the nervous system and it goes into your skin. So that's why we get to say the statement, black don't crack. Because that's the melanin doing that to us. But when you spiritualize it, when it reaches that third ventricle, we're going to get to the pituitary, when it reaches that third ventricle, it stays there. And then light starts to change it into a spiritual or it spiritualizes the melanin in the third ventricle, and you start getting traces of DMT in that melanin. So you spiritualize the melanin, and then you'll start to get spiritual communication or spiritual sight. On Earth, you take mushrooms to accomplish that same thing, but the mushrooms are much stronger, so that's for someone who's going for a profound spiritual experience. But someone who wants to live everyday experience, spiritual, you have to change that melanin into the spirit molecule, which happens in the third ventricle by uninformed niggas. And I'm telling you because I've done it, not because it's a theory that I think I could do or we used to do as Camite people. I'm telling you this is how I'm doing this shit, how I've been doing this shit, how all the lectures you ever heard me do is from the spirit world. Go back and listen to the ODB. None of that shit is from fucking book learnings. I only reference books after the ODB told me what to reference. Nigga, that was him talking. That's how I do. That's because I'm dealing with that DMT shit and I never ate a mushroom in my motherfucking life. I don't need it. And I'm telling you, you don't need it too. If you feel you need it, then you know something? You absolutely do need it. I'm talking to the depths up in this motherfucker. Fuck the bullshit. So the only difference between false light and true light is your spinal cord. Know that, nigga. Know it. As my man Azariah said in New York, know this. You must know this. Know it. There's a legend among Orientals to the effect that Kundalini, the goddess of serpentine and spinal fire, growing tide of heaven, this is an interesting story, I remember this, decided to visit the new earth, which was being formed in the sea of space. So they're basically saying there's a goddess named Kundalini, and she's seen earth being formed in its primordial state, so she wanted to give it a visit. So she therefore climbed down a rope or ladder, the spine, in some cases, but you can also say the umbilical cord, because that's your connection from your mother's, who's God, and earth, the umbilical cord. And from heaven found an island, and this island was actually called the fetus. That was the island. So her spirituality climbed down the umbilical cord, and at the end of the umbilical cord was an island called the fetus, or the baby. So, in the Sea of Meru, the amniotic fluids the amniotic fluids in your mother's stomach, which they say mimic the waters of Nun, which is the cosmic sea, or the cosmic primal waters. Remember, in the Egyptian text, there's also a mound is formed in the waters of Nun. Oh no, that's your fetus being formed in the amniotic fluids in the belly. Oh, we're gonna learn today, niggas. We're gonna learn. All right, so she found this island in the Sea of Meru, this fetus in the amniotic fluids, surrounded by the mountains of eternity, Chronon, which all existed within an egg of Brahma. That's the womb. All this existed in the womb. After exploring this island, Kundalini decided to return up the ladder once more, but she was not about to ascend. The ladder was cut. The umbilical cord is cut at birth, right? Niggas. She was severed at birth, and the island drifted into space. And it became born. The fear, or it became more and more human, because I remember having my divine mind as a kid. I remember being changed, my aunt sticking me with a pin one time because she ran out of Pampers, so she had to put some cloth shit on me and pin the shit up. Ran out, and I remember it was the same mind I have now, like, bitch, come on, bitch, blah, blah, blah. And I remember slowly but surely that mind getting going further and further away. And it would go further away as earthly things would happen. I bumped my knee. You know, I used to jump off the bed, boom, you hit your head, it hurts so fucking much, you stop doing that shit, slowing down. And, of course, basically you're becoming more and more human through little nicks, cuts, pains, and don't do that, sit up straight, don't eat that, you can't do that, sit on the bed, time to go to bed, time to get up, time to do that. So my consciousness, I remember being slipping, only for me to gain it back through conscious study. having to get rid of everything that was human or started, or the humanity that covered or clouded or locked my consciousness down. So that's why I give you the importance all day, every day, about how it is or what it is you need to do to become conscious. Starts with you destroying humanity for real, for real. Not just saying I don't like to be human and fuck humanity and humanity is stupid. No, I'm talking about your need to be something. I have a guy who's like, oh, I'm conscious, my woman ain't conscious, my woman ain't this, she ain't that, she ain't that. Nigga, you telling me how you want to be a goddamn, get a job where you can travel and get a job and do this. For me, you ain't conscious enough, nigga. You know what I'm saying? I've given up this hope of finding a job and finding something else. Everything I do is survive mode. You know what I'm saying? I ain't selling herb packs because it's a fucking baller. I'm selling them to survive so I can keep bringing you lectures and pay for rent, pay for for a space. And to my surprise, black people do take care of me. And so it's up to me, if for no other reason, and I can tell you many reasons it is up to me to give you the best I've got, the honesty that I got. How do you think somebody could talk for close to 4 hours thus far and still keep going? Because what's coming from, where it's coming from, is a deeper place than just trying to perform for you people. You get what I'm saying? So because I see you guys are not performing for me, you guys buy packs, buy 1 or 2 packs, and just so you can keep getting the information. I do appreciate it and recognize it, and do everything I can to give you exactly what you need spiritually, because I'm not going to jerk you, because you guys have showed me that you are not jerking me. You get what I'm saying? That you're not cheating me. So Kundalini decided to return up this ladder, but of course she couldn't ascend. The ladder was cut, and the island drifted off into space. She became more and more human. In fear, Kundalini ran and hid herself in the cave. That's called the sacral plexus, where your Kundalini rests as a coiled snake. Where, according to certain of the Eastern teachings, she remains coiled like a cobra in the snake charmer's basket, which can only be lured out by the 3 mysterious notes of a charmer's flute. Remember, the 3 notes of a charmer's flute is the 3 nerves on your back where the Kundalini energy crosses. The 3 nagas. Okay, you're going to learn today. When Kundalini begins to unwind, it ascends as a serpentine stream of fire through the spinal cord and into the brain, where it stimulates the activity of the pituitary body. Okay. So that's the first place it stimulates. It doesn't actually hit the pineal, it hits the pituitary body first. The feminine, the queen. Pituitary body is a feminine thing. It looks like a vagina, it looks like a cowrie shell. And it starts to radiate light to the pineal to wake it up. And let me see if we're going to talk about that. Being of feminine polarity, pituitary body lives up to its dignity by being the eternal temptress. In Egyptian myths, Isis partakes the nature of the pituitary body and conjures Ra, the supreme deity of the sun, who here symbolizes the pineal gland, to disclose his sacred name, which she finally does. So remember, she tried to get the sacred name of Ra. So the pituitary gland, which is now illuminated because the Kundalini has risen up and it is activated, and it sends off waves of light to the pineal gland. It's sending off light codes. It's basically trying to get its real name, wake it up, or communicate with its real name. Or also, they give you the mystery of Ra, when she talks to Ra as the sun god, but it's also Osiris. This is how she sends out, remember, Isis looks for Osiris. She goes and finds and gathers the pieces of Osiris. So she's basically sending out a searchlight for your pineal to wake up, or she's basically looking for your pineal, or looking for her husband, Osiris. Pineal gland looks like a penis. It's masculine. Pituitary gland is feminine. You get what I'm saying? Feel me now. Feel me now. Pineal gland also looks like a clitoris, so it's actually androgynous. You get what I'm saying? And if you look up porn just look up porn for big clits, and you'll see some women who look like they got a little penis on them. So the clit is just a small penis. You get what I'm saying? So women are closer to androgyny, you know what I'm saying, than we actually are. It's, you know what I mean? And it makes sense because that's why every man comes out of a woman. And it's not the women are better because we're equal, but understand that just represents, the feminine represents the process, because we're both things. We're masculine and feminine. Just the feminine is how it's done, and it's only speaking to the power of the feminine when you say that. And it's something that lies within me as a man as well. So it's not about chivalry or women, you are so better, or men, you ain't nothing. That's silly humanity shit, because you're only talking about another aspect of yourself. So it's just a part of your power. That is not divorced from you. In fact, half of what we've been talking about today is the marriage or the mayat of that shit. You know what I'm saying? The masculine and feminine. So the pituitary body begins to glow with very faintly, and little rippling rings of light pour from around the gland and gradually fade out a short distance from the pituitary body. As the occult growth continues, according to proper understanding of the law of occultism, the emanating rings around the pineal gland grow stronger. So you have to, the more you get into this, the more your understanding comes into this, those rings give out stronger, the goddess becomes stronger in you. If you have that fucking woman hate, you can't activate the pituitary to activate the pineal, no matter what the fuck you say. Oh, women need to do this, and women in the yoni and this. If you feel you can control that shit like that, you still stuck in that human paradigm. You can't activate it within you. You have to be in close contact with the masculine and feminine in you, or the feminine and masculine in your black ass. Because even, let's say you the woman, and the pineal represents the masculine, oh, you best to know some dick in your life to activate your motherfucking pineal. Holler. So, all of that's to say, these things must work together. And this pussy and dick is when they tell you sex really happens in the mind, creation really happens in the mind, is because that's how these motherfuckers fuck. And the pussy, the regular human vagina, still gives off light. That's why it's a healing apparatus for the humanity. Your dick gives off light. It's the lightsaber. But guess what? Your dick don't get hard without pussy. Or you thinking about some pussy. So your pineal doesn't get hard without getting some pussy first. Or the idea of some pussy about to come your motherfucking way. Come on, niggas, holler. Holler, niggas, holler. So, now, let's get this right. Let's get this together. So, when you hear all the wonders of the physical pussy, it's actually telling you the human wonders of the pussy in your head. The pineal gland, which looks like the pituitary gland, which looks like a straight vagina. Again, it looks just like a cowrie shell. In fact, that's why the Africans used to do divination with cowrie shells, because those cowrie shells represented that divine feminine, the vagina. You get what I'm saying? So once you're about to get some pussy, this gets hard. This gets active. So your lightsaber is only working when that pussy is there. That's when you really can stab Obi-Wan Kenobi, you know what I'm saying, or Princess Leia. Alright, so, they are not equally distributed around the pituitary body. The circles are elongated on the side facing the third ventricle, where the Kundalini is risen up. And reach out in a graceful manner towards the pineal gland. Gradually, as the stream becomes more powerful, they approach even closer to the slumbering eye of Shiva. Remember I told you, Shakti, Shiva sleeps here, raises up. Vishnu sleeps. Also, there's a famous statue of Vishnu sleeping, and the ladies are manipulating his feet. Then there's other Vishnus where he has 7 Naga snakes around him, his illuminated self. And it represents before and after. And the feet represents earth from Malkuth. Same thing with Jesus and Vishnu. Vishnu is the Christ figure in the Hindu pantheon, or one of the main Christ figures. And remember, Mary Magdalene washes Jesus' feet with her hair. And that represents her waking his Kundalini energy up. So you need that divine feminine to raise that Kundalini up. That's why Kundalini is a goddess, and the goddess fell down in the biblical court. Because they're trying to tell you it's feminine in nature. And then when it reaches up to that, it's actually down here, but it's the same thing up here that reaches this house in the third ventricle, pineal gland, pituitary gland. Then it wakes up Osiris, wakes up the sleeping Shiva. Petitions Ra for his true name, the sun. And his true name is the hidden name, or the hidden sun. Hear that sound, nigga? That's the sound of illumination. You can do it too, nigga. You can do it too. The slumbering Shiva in the form of the pineal gland with a golden orange lighted, gently coaxing it into animation. Under the warmth of radiation of the pituitary fire, the divine egg thrills and moves. The magnificent mysteries of occult unfoldment takes place. I've been trying to get you niggas to unfold in the mysteries of your motherfucking pineal gland since I started. I was all about, am still about, and will always be about the motherfucking pineal gland. You niggas can have any motherfucking debate you wish you had. You can have any motherfucking theory, but I'm about opening up that pineal gland. Fucks with me, you fucks with your pineal gland. You need to know that. You fuck with me, you fucking with your pineal gland, niggas. PanicPack@hotmail.com. Come and get your motherfucking Panic Pack medicine, nigga. Come and get this. And niggas who want to be a little bit more adept, come and get this class, nigga. OccultLectures.com. OccultLectures.com, nigga. Get to it. Get to it. The pineal gland is the link between the consciousness of man and the invisible world of nature. The invisible world of nature represents the spiritual aspect of nature. Your pineal gland is how you communicate with that natural world. Let's even take Palo. Palo is just basically dealing with the mysteries of nature. That's what the spiritual work is. That's why you get sticks, rocks, and dirt, and urine, and piss. You're dealing with the natural mysteries, and you're dealing with the spiritualities in that. You cannot do all of that shit effectively unless you have pineal to see what you're doing, your pineal activity. You know what I'm saying? So the pineal is the link gland, is the link between the consciousness of man and the invisible world of nature. It's how, as a man, you're able to communicate now. So I'm here in earthly form as a man, but my consciousness is communicating on a high different level based upon my sight. You can do it too. Whenever the arc of the pituitary body contacts the gland, there are flashes of temporary clairvoyance, but the process of making these two work together consistently is one requiring not only years but lives of consecration and a special psychological and biological training. All right, so when you hear that, people get intimidated. I'll tell you lifetimes and all of this, but what you need to understand, we as a unit have already went through those lifetimes. So we are the ones who are there. White people are the ones who have a problem because they haven't been through as many lifetimes of biological and psychological changes that we've been through. One of the last psychological changes is what we decided to go through, calling our Holocaust, calling it the Middle Passage, calling it slavery. That's just another psychological change to activate the pineal, nigga. We on a bigger agenda. It's bigger than your human problems. It's bigger than what you're saying. Oh, goddamn, Jesus, shucks, the white man. That ain't nothing to us. We've been here for millions of years. You think this little hiccup means something? You know what I'm saying? Slavery is not black history. Slavery interrupted black history. your black pride, if you want to look at it that way. But it's something that we created for ourselves because we needed the psychological development for this thing here to react to, because the object of any human plight is to react to it spiritually. So to call on a human situation needs a spiritual answer. And since we've never been through this before, we have to come up with new spiritual answers. That's why this is the new hot shit for us. Even though but remember, this is the illusion. What happened to that point that you like to say? When the gas bill comes in, well, it's the illusion, and you throw it under your pillow. But when it comes down to some white man shit, it becomes some shit like, well, you know, he's doing this and been doing that in the cave. No, it's a fucking illusion too. They ain't real, nigga. They ain't real. What's in you ain't real, as a matter of fact. What's in you is the only thing that's real. So humanity, as I pointed out earlier, is the vehicle to create scenarios for the realness in you, meaning creating a spiritual reaction to a physical happening. For instance, we normally or constantly would say, well, black people don't know how to build the pyramids, so the information of the pyramids have been lost. Nigga, that's a lie. They teach you in 3rd grade that light does not die, only changes. So the knowledge is light. This little light of mine, bing, I'm going to let it shine. So the knowledge of building pyramids is nothing more than energy, and if energy doesn't die, it means it transforms. It means it has to show up in a new way when it's called upon spiritually. And it has. The equivalent of building a pyramid in this day and age is the creation of rap music, of jazz music for us. It is the pyramids we needed to build to sustain ourselves under the circumstances of that time. In the time of the building of Kemet, of the pyramids went up because that was us creating rap songs that we needed for that time. We are creative beings, and we are always going to create. That creative energy hasn't gone away. It just keeps manifesting into something new. You need to understand, rap is the world. Even in its fucking degraded form, the entire world has been touched by something some little old Negroes in America, some poor slave Negroes in America has created. It has taken over and dominated every facet of the world. Food, dress. You can't sell Sunny Delight drinks without niggas rapping. Drink a Sunny Delight. You know what I'm saying? Fruity Pebbles, Fred and Barney rapping niggas to sell Fruity Pebbles. So it has infiltrated everything. Nigga, if that's not pyramid building in today's age, the creation of rap music, what is? You just silly niggas trying to save the motherfucker is actually the problem. Let it go. Move on to something else, which is what we're supposed to do. You holding on to the idea, we're going to bring rap back, we're going to take it over. To what fucking end? To what fucking end? You know what I'm saying? That's what's fucking you up. You don't realize, niggas, you create shit because everything in this matrix was created from your mind. It doesn't stop. You're stifling yourself holding on to some shit that is gone, long gone. Saying you're going to take back rap is stupid to me as you having a protest saying we're going to take back Twinkies. We don't like the way Twinkies are made, so we're going to start fucking making sure Twinkies make organic Twinkies again. No, motherfuckers, Twinkies is a corporation that is guaranteed to do what it does. Ain't no reason to make an organic Twinkie, my nigga. Keep Twinkie as Twinkie. Ain't no reason to make organic rap anymore, nigga. It is a multi-billion-dollar industry for doing nothing now. Nigga, that's what any corporation wants, to sell millions of their product by doing nothing. Any corporation doesn't want nothing creative. Creativity changes. How do you create a business plan over something that changes, nigga? The closest we came to doing that good was the Motown sound. We made a bunch of cookie cutter records that all sounded the same, but people still embraced them as different. Now we make a bunch of cookie cutter rap that sounds the same, and people pretending that the shit is different, which is the difference. And there's a lot of people who had problems with Motown back then just for that same reason. Because they made cookie cutter records, all they had was boom, boom, same fucking beat, and they was winning. You get what I'm saying? Barry Gordy told them how to do some fucking moves. Ain't too proud to beg. And then that's all you had to do. In fact, when Marvin Gaye strayed away from the formula, is when they was nervous. He almost didn't do the record. The one with Let's Get It On in the War one, where he grew a beard out. Because remember, everybody in Motown was clean shaven. He grew a beard, put on that beanie, and he said, "Now I'm talking to the motherfuckers coming to the war, to the new motherfuckers. Let's Get It On," and all of that shit was on there. Father, Father, breakthrough. And Barry Gordy didn't want to do it because it strayed away from the fucking formula. You know what I'm saying? This is in the 60s when there still was a bunch of shit ahead of us. Ain't no more shit ahead of us. So ain't no nigga gonna come out with some Marvin Gaye shit and take rap back. We already did that part. We already had it organic. So I'm sure there was a time when you go to the store, all you can get was an organic cake until somebody figured out how to make a ring ding with a machine. And once they figured out how to make a motherfucking ring ding, kiss that organic shit goodbye. So once they figured out how to say Lil Wayne, 2 Chainz, all you niggas have to say is drugs, bitches, money, drugs, bitches, bitches and money and drugs and bitches. And that shit sell millions of records. Probably not even sell, it just gets millions of attention where you generate millions of dollars because you ain't nobody's buying records, they're downloading them. That's a fantasy as well. Once they figured out that disc was generated, why the fuck are they looking for anybody with talent? Why do you think with talent somebody's even looking for your monkey ass anymore? You fucking up the game with your creativity. So I don't know what the fuck. What was we talking about here? So we're still on psychological and biological training. So what this means is you're not in peril. If you put all your stake in humanity, you are in peril. But if you know what you truly are, you realize that you can pimp this shit. Remember I said if you start dealing with the divinity in you, it starts to minister to man. You get out of this. This is the way out of this shit. You know what I'm saying? Your way out of this is not going to be physical happening, setting the record straight on who was the first one in fucking India, who was the first one to build the pyramid. Setting the record straight is who you setting that record straight with, other white people. So really, at the end of the day, you still trying to fucking convince white people that you divine. By telling them, well, I was the first one in China. I was the first one there. No, you tell me that once, and then tell me the spirituality that we left behind so I can access that. I want to know we was the first one there so I can feel proud that we was the first. Of course we was the first one there. We the oldest motherfuckers on the planet, hands down. This whole entire planet is ours, man. Fuck coming out of just one fucking continent. We own this motherfucking universe. Even Elijah Muhammad said that and was repeated in the movie Malcolm X. When he came to Malcolm X and Malcolm X picked up on his spirit, he told Malcolm X, anything in this world, on it or around it, belongs to you, the black man. You understand what I'm saying? Which is, of course, the goddess too. But he's explaining to him in the mentality of that time. He's interpreting it into the consciousness of that time, which is another way of saying, fuck just saying, I'm from Africa. Nigga, everything is yours. Even the funky-ass mountains that you threw the fucking beast in, that's yours too. It was yours to make the decision to throw them there, goddammit. You know what I'm saying? This whole, don't regulate yourself to no one continent. This is all yours. Every stitch of it. Anything in it, around it, or on it belongs to you, the black man. So you need to know that. So anything we decide to do or that's happening on here is happening that at the end of the day, even though you may not understand it with your humanity, is something that we created for ourselves. We created it for ourselves so we can therefore have a spiritual. See, if there would be no Panic, no Bobby, no Brother Phil, no Dr. Africa, no Brother Kaba, no Joe Poperum, Sister Soldier, you name it. It wouldn't exist if we didn't go through this Holocaust. Some of the greatest representations of the God force walking around in a body is because of this genocide we was in that you hate so much. If it wasn't for it, you'd be fucking in Africa singing love songs to a fucking mango tree right now. Badoom, today is Tuesday. Badoom, tomorrow is Wednesday. That's the best you had. This shit we went through gave Ray shit to Chuck D. You know what I'm saying? To Malcolm X, Marcus Garvey, Noble Drew Ali, to Elijah Muhammad, to countless other motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't even sit here and pretend to do justice. Sir German the Truth, shit, Biz Markie. You know what I'm saying? You've seen some of the most amazing shit under this pressure. You know what I'm saying? The most amazing shit under this pressure. I've seen shit, Marley Marl do shit on, just in recording that's fucking amazing. I've seen Hank Shockley do shit. This shit I've seen with niggas with rap music is so fucking phenomenal. I've seen Clark Kent do a phenomenal shit in terms of music creation that still motherfuckers wouldn't even catch unless you even explained it to them, and then it would be hard to do that. Gods, I tell you, gods, who would not be doing this shit if it wasn't for the pressure of your so-called Holocaust. The pressure makes the diamond. We controlling this. We run this. We run this, nigga. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget that. We running this. Don't ever forget that. This is ours. This is a Holocaust we chose. It didn't choose us by happenstance. We chose it for the spiritual alchemy, nigga. That's what we doing here. We ain't raising up no humans. We raising up motherfucking gods. Play if you want to. Man's contact with the physical world grew more complete. He lost his inner standing, or his inner understanding. I don't want to make up words, understanding. He lost his inner understanding together with his conscious connection with the creative hierarchies. In order to retain this connection, it's necessary for him to rise above the limitations of the physical world. He must not, however, sever his connection with humanity by becoming a recluse or an impractical dreamer. Excellent, and I'm glad that was said. Because you get this idea that when I talk about spirituality, that I live somewhere on a fucking mountain and have no idea, no connection with the average Joe. Spirituality is nothing to do with, you niggas is on Saturn and we need to, shit on Earth is, you fucking jackass. Spirituality has nothing to do with becoming a recluse or an impractical dreamer. Nothing. Sitting around, and one day we will all live amongst the stars. Fuck all that. I don't do all that shit. You've never heard me talk about no shit like that. In fact, I'm the one dealing with direct Earth issues with the true answer to get you the fuck out of it. And you feel what I have or what I represent, not my particular way, but what I represent ain't the true answer. More power to you. Do whatever it is you do. Me and you ain't in Congress together. I'm talking to motherfuckers that are trying to access spiritual avenues out of this motherfucker. I'm not trying to convince you of that. That's the last thing on my mind. I'm talking to motherfuckers who are already convinced, because I'm the how-to nigga. I'm not the nigga showing you, well, this is the way and that's not the way. I don't give a fuck what you do. It's on you. That's why you can never debate me, because my answer to you is, no, son, you absolutely correct, nigga. That is 100% correct. I am absolutely wrong. But the ones who want to be wrong with me, that's who the fuck I'm talking to. I don't need to be right, nigga. That shit is beneath me. Beneath me. I don't give a fuck what you think. It's beneath me. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not looking for anybody who needs to be right to be in Congress. When you need to be right, my answer to you is, you are right. You are 100% correct. Who am I to tell you what the fuck is right or wrong? How dare I have the fucking audacity? You are right. But the ones who want to be wrong, I'm going to show you how to be wrong the motherfucking right way. I'm going to show you how to be wrong the right motherfucking way. You get what I'm saying? So, it's not about being a recluse or impractical dreamer. The occultist, listen to this. The occultist must not walk out of anything. We must work out everything. We must not walk out on anything. We must work out everything. So I said earlier, you can kill yourself and why don't you just do that? No, because you're not walking out. If you just chose to become a human, you chose for that reason. You work out that reason, my nigga. What you need to do is stop being a punk motherfucker and get down to this goddamn magical work, nigga. That's what you need to fucking do. Because that's what's called working it out, nigga. And I can deal with anything that walks down the pipe. Because as an occultist, I deal with and work out with everything. And you should too. And you can too. You don't walk away from nothing. So this ain't about turning your back, being spiritual, and you see the problems of some little black girl getting killed or getting the police doing that, and you turning your back and you don't feel compassion because you ain't for the kids or for the babies and for the black community. They ain't got nothing to do with nothing. That's a dumbass argument that you trying to create because you ain't doing shit for nobody. You just walking around acting like you doing shit and making yourself feel good like you raising up babies, but you ain't doing shit and you know you ain't, so you trying to pick on other motherfuckers who ain't walking around going, I'm saving the babies, because you ain't doing shit. You may have did a good job with your son and more power to you, but that's about as far as the shit goes and you know it. You may fucking work at the community center on the weekends or whatever you doing, but you ain't saving no multitude of no motherfucking kids. What you need to do is save the parents so the parents can save their motherfucking kids instead of putting them in these goddamn churches. These goddamn trying to convince them to take over rap or whatever the fuck it is they doing. So people who ain't doing shit but want to feel good are trying to point out, well, he ain't for that, or Panic ain't for that, and this spiritual shit ain't doing this and it ain't doing that, because it means nothing to you, because you ain't tapped into nothing. You the most human religious motherfucker I've met. You worse than religious motherfuckers because you think you know something better than Jesus. But you don't, nigga. You don't. But you're going to learn today. You're going to learn today. In the pineal gland, there's a tiny grit or sand. Concerning which the modern science knows nothing. Investigators have shown that this grit is absent in idiots and others lacking a properly organized mentality. So basically, Bobby talks about it. I'm going to go back and research it. But he talks about melanin in the brain being referred to as sand. As sand. There's a lot of references, butter, crystalline dew, anointing oil, but this also, they call it a sand light. So he did a whole thing, and he actually told me on the phone about melanin being referenced as sand. Around the time that movie, The Sands of Time, came out, and he told me some mythology where they referenced sand, and they told about this grit that they told about on the pineal gland, which is absent in motherfucking idiots and niggas who aren't mentally occultists. So you got to get this grit going. I wish I remembered that so I could reference more of this grit. But this grit that comes, I definitely want to bring it up because it'll give you the opportunity to research it yourself. And you research within Bobby's lectures on melanin on the pineal gland, one of those. All right. Gradually, certain manifestations of higher consciousness enters into the physical orgasm and crystallizes into this fine grit found in the gland. There is no grit in the pineal gland until consciousness enters. Until you're conscious, you don't have this grit. So conscious people, you'll start doing this grit. So why is it important to say that? Because if you know what's happening up here, remember I said energy follows thought. So now you can visualize this grit. You can do ritualistic things with sand and dirt to visualize this grit that you're trying to enhance in here. And that visualization will start to activate it. That's why it's important to know these things as well, not just theories. The white blood corpuscles are not actually manufactured either in the pancreas or the spleen, but they are formed in activity of the etheric double, which is connected to the physical form through the spleen. So a continuous stream of partly etheric white blood corpuscles pour from the invisible world into this visible organism through the gateway of the spleen. The same is true of the liver, for the red blood corpuscles are certain degrees of a crystallization of astral forces that for the liver is the portal leading into the astral body, from the astral body. So what they're talking about there is, remember I said you have these different layers in your aura, the ethereal body, casual body, mental body, and there's 7 of them. From these bodies is actually what we call the healing, like of the white blood cells, these elixirs that's in the pancreas, semen, the solar phallic energy on the semen, elixirs in the ovaries, the thymus gland, pineal gland, melanin, kundalini energy, all these secretions and all of these things we come to know from the body that we think the liver's making, the bile, that this is the spleen, pancreas, whichever, whatever makes bile, pancreas or the liver, things the liver. The elixir that insulin that the pancreas makes, all of these things are actually coming from your spiritual bodies. And like a television, physically it looks as if the spleen is creating what do you call it? For insulin, but it's not the spleen. It's actually from, I don't know if it's the etheric body or the astral body, whichever body. One of these bodies, or basically one from your spiritual stuff. That's what happens. When I told the story of the hole in the aura, because he's having a hole that's eventually going to trickle down, and he hurt his leg later on in that day when the guy seen the hole in his leg before he hurt his leg, because it happens there first. So the healing comes from the spiritual bodies. So while you niggas is all fucking dilly-dally about this food, it does have its place, but if you niggas spiritually ain't right, you niggas is getting it anyway. The only thing that's saving your ass, because in your thoughts, you believe that the food you're eating is healing you. So therefore, that's why it works. Spiritually, your thought is actually maneuvering yourself. Because as soon as they tell you, you know those carrots or that soy you've been eating all the time, that's actually been fucking you up. Then you're like, oh, no wonder my hand is hurting and I can't do this and I'm not thinking that. Because now you believe that. But now that you believe you're eating right, but see, that's why I'm trying to demystify this dumb shit that you're trying to argue with about GMO food and why chicken is the worst thing in the world, because you believe it is. Therefore, it is. So I'm trying to show you, no, nothing supersedes the thought in your mind. The mind is all. The all is the universe, which is saying that anything in this, or the universe is mental, which is saying anything in this universe, in this reality, or this unreality is right in there. And that's what creates this for you. The vehicle or the symbol or the mechanism that you're going for is light, fire, that feeds your eternal light, which is the soul. So we are at the conclusion of the mysteries of light, my brother Panic. And as I pointed out, you can get a more detailed teaching. We're not talking about length, because I went through length now. But the detail, what we talk about is how to activate these particular teachings or these particular things in my class. So you need to understand. That's very important, or a very big step for anybody trying to get into this shit, to deal with my class. And if money is tight, you have a cheaper alternative, which are my panic packs. Now, I have over about 15, 16, 17 different types of herbs. So you need to know that. You can go to my website and see all of them there. I have 15 different types of herbs. The main herb pack is there, which is just basically to activate the pineal. Some of them activate the pineal, but activate different aspects in your enlightenment through the pineal gland. So, and some of them just do regular things like help to magnetize different things, to prosperity. Sometimes you just need plain money to keep I hope your money is to keep your studying going and not to be a baller or whatever. So enough to maintain what you need so you can keep buying books and keep studying. And I also have spiritual baths. Those baths clean your aura. So remember how we said there was a hole in your body. A physical bath cleans your funky ass. And remember I said you have the etheric body, the astral body, the casual body, and so on and so forth. A spiritual bath cleans those parts of you. So you sit in the bath and it's actually cleaning those parts, the etheric body and all the rest of that. So the sicknesses, the thoughts of depression, the negative thoughts, when you magnetize and bullshit and all of that kind of shit, health and all of that, it cleans all of that and those thoughts, and they were put there because of your thoughts. But after you take the bath, as I point out in the instructions, you need to reorder your thoughts as well, because whatever you feel you need that bath for is because that counter thought is there. So if you feel you need a bath because you're always broke, let's just say, it's because something in your thinking is broke. You know what I'm saying? They also say, like, people who get diabetes, they usually get diabetes because within them they cannot enjoy the sweetness of life. So they probably were down on themselves, and when they go on vacation, you know, I don't deserve this, and you know, I should be laughing, and no, we need to get serious now, and I'll laugh later, I need work. So then you find those people having diabetes. See me? Oh no, I laugh and giggle at everything. Everything's stupid to me. But and I ain't got none of that shit going on. You know what I'm saying? I'm motherfucking, you know what I'm saying? I'm about to go downstairs and eat a whole fucking Entenmann's right now. You know what I'm saying? None of that going on. So them people with them down disposition, because spiritually that's what you're charging their thoughts with today, to they trickle down into something we now call diabetes. So the spiritual bath cleans off that type of problems. You get what I'm saying? I got spiritual powders because once you release your thoughts, if they don't stick to your persons with much of them do, they go into the corners of your house. The corners of your house, corners itself retain energy. That's why when you were little, your pops would say, go stand in the corner. Or your mother would say, go stand in the corner, and because it was to chill your hyperactive ass out. Energy gets docile in the corners. Or at school, they would put the dunce cap on you, which was a pyramid, and stand you or sit you in the corner so you can chill the fuck out. Slow down. So spirit and energy resides in the corners, and usually what resides in the corners are your thought forms. The shit you think every day. Regular shit from work, the niggas at the store, nigga that cut you off in the road, and all of that shit. And so I have spiritual powders, elixirs that you can put in the corners that absorb negative energy or vibrate with higher energy, so you could raise your vibrations in your house up. Like I put it in here to raise the vibrations of this room up. I'm going to clean out this room because you hear a lot of flim flaring talking in the spirit room, and even though they're energizing me, even though they give me something, I leave something behind. So I'm not going to leave a whole bunch of ranting about Facebook in my spiritual room. So, you know, I'm going to spray it down and put the powders in there. And of course, I sell these powders, spiritual oils, which are just oils you can use for anointing candles, anointing the body, whatever you would naturally use an oil for. You would use it for a reason. I have over 20-something oils up there, spiritual CDs for meditations, divine chants that are sacred chants that put you in contact with that particular energy or that deity. So I have a bunch of shit. All of this shit is up on the site. You can see it for yourself. Very reasonably priced. And you can see my classes when they're going to start, what it's all about. Plus I'm putting more and more information up on the site. So this is the place you want to be. occultlectures.com, occultlectures.com, or you can email me at panicpack@hotmail.com to interact or get some of the information about the product there. But what I'm going to do is start doing more of these YouTube videos. I don't know if I'm going to be doing no 5-hour joints like I just did. We have 4:31. I don't know if I'm going to be doing all of that, but I'm going to give you some mysteries soon. So I wanted to drop it off on one of those, but we are done with the mysteries of fire, and we're going to keep it popping. Brother Panic signing off, occultlectures.com. Peace.